is over. My life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. When the night is over, my life is over. 'Cause I start thinking again about our time together. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Can you dig it? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. Eventually, our game is about to start. Sorry for the delay. Unfortunately, we had a couple of technical difficulties, but the game is going to get underway. The countdown has begun, and we have got 1 second to start time, and the game is up. I am Jabba from NavTV. I am joined by Snare, also from NavTV. How have you been doing, my friend? I know you've had a little bit of a tough time there on your side.
Yeah, there were a couple of issues that I had to deal with here, power and whatnot, but otherwise I'm really good. I'm actually really excited about this game. Both these teams, I know a lot of players in them, and I've actually lost a pub yesterday to Donkey Cat and Fearbender, so I'm hoping for good Dota from both of them tonight.
All right, well, let's see if the game's going to be as interesting as we hope. This is the quarterfinals of the BOTC, the Battle of the Clans. There is a current game going on as well of Hive versus Pulse. So the winners of these two quarterfinals will go up and see a head-to-head in the next bracket. The game is loading at the moment. Let us move to our next drafting screen in the meantime. We're going to see how this game goes. I mean, there's been a patch that's taken place this week. How do you feel teams are going to start drafting towards this new update?
I think definitely we might see a little bit less first pick oracles. There was a massive nerf to the Purifying Flames as well as to Keeper of the Light. I don't think that hero's actually been picked as much anymore based on the fact that you can't spam out the mana leak. So I think the patch was a good one. It generally helped the early game for offlaners because I think this patch has been really rough on offlaners. There's a lot of support heroes that are very good in the laning phase right now. So yeah. I think this patch sort of equalizes things once again. Dota is more open once more, which I always like. I like the balancing effect that Ice Rock puts into Dota.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's been crazy to what we've seen, what we've experienced at Rage, at least. Rage has just ended. So a little bit of the Dota action that we're going to be getting is going to be part of the BOTC at the moment. And some crazy strats that we saw there. I mean, White Rabbit Gaming managing to take off the finals from BVD and really showed us a couple of different strats on the SA scene.
Yeah, the one thing that White Rabbit Gaming did extremely well that not a lot of teams managed to be able to do was apply pressure from the offlane. We saw even in the final series that Bravado struggled to actually deal with the fact that Donny and all players couldn't really get farm in the offlane based on how much aggression that WRG was showing there. So in this series, if they've been paying attention, and players have been watching the Boston qualifiers, most teams that have been crushing their opponents have been doing it with offensive dual lanes or offensive tri lanes. It seems we're moving away from this meta of 3-1-1 again into a 2-1-2 or a 1-1-3 situation where the team that gets going earlier wins, even if teams have Drow, Shadow Demon, whatever the case may be. As long as you apply as much pressure as humanly possible in the earlier portions of the game, it tends to work out better for you. So let's see if Sini5ter and Chemical Rage have done their homework.
Well, already the bans have come out. So for the side of Sini5ter Reborn, they've opted to ban out the Axe, the Drow. And for the side of Chemical Rage, they decided to get rid of the Void as well as the Shadow Demon. Now, Elder Titan's still in the pool. That's quite a good support. The Sini5ter's able to pick up the Kunkka as well. One of those supports that you can kind of get your roam on. Big advantage with the X, but they have actually nerfed his torrent. The cooldown on his torrent has actually increased in the early parts of the game. Do you think this could still be a little bit of an issue for Sini5ter? Obviously opting to still pick him up.
I think it's not that big a deal because of the fact that they picked up Sand King. I think the main reason.
Alright, it seems that Snare is lagging out a little bit. Let me take over until his internet does calm down a little bit. Chemical Rage then, straight off the bat, comes back with the Jakuru Tidehunter pickup and has actually finished up the Sand King pickup for Sini5ter as well. Snare's still trying to get his words in there. Snare, you're lagging out, my friend. Can you at least hear me? Well, let me not ask him the question, otherwise he's going to carry on talking. But so far, the draft, Sini5ter sitting with Kunkka and Sand King. We've got Chemical Rage picking up the Jakuru and Tidehunter. Not a very, I'd say, common pickup, the Jakuru. Obviously looking for a little bit of control as well with that Ice Path. And maybe looking at a little bit of a pushing stretch. You've got that Liquid Fire that does deal damage to those towers. So we'll see how Chemical Rage decides to actually run this draft. They've actually banned out the Faceless Void themselves. So they don't really have that big team locked down as as you'd want with a Void. Batting out the Morphling, teams really struggling with the Morphling, so not giving that to Sini5ter. Maybe just a little bit worried on how teams can get out of hand as soon as he's able to pick up the shotgun. Sini5ter then jumps on and says, well, if you're going to take out the Morph, we're going to take out the Slark. So far, how do you feel the draft's going? Snare, I think your internet may be back. And it doesn't seem Snare's with me, so we'll just continue with the draft at the moment. Potom being the next band out here for Chemical Rage, they're not allowing Sini5ter to actually pick their hands up on the Mirana. Mirana's actually also been nerfed in the latest patch. It's now her Ag Starfall is now actually reduced another second, so now it's 10 seconds on her cooldown. Not a massive nerf, but still enough to be a little bit of a worry for the team. So that Mirana, you can always get the roam going on, and it can be often a very difficult hero to deal with. So Chemical not wanting to deal with that. Sini5ter still waiting for their plans, but they decide to actually take out the Alchemist, something that is very strong in the mid lane, preventing Fearbender from jumping onto that. And something that you guys may not know, that there has been a little bit of a roster change for the side of Sini5ter. They've been able to get their greedy little hands on Fearbender, our mid previously for F3 Tactics. He's now part of the Sini5ter squad, and so far the synergy, we'll see how the synergy works out for the side of Sini5ter, if they can actually accomplish what they need to accomplish. And just some little info on the background. Sini5ter Cloud's End, one of the sister teams to Reborn, actually played the BOTC Finals on Sunday, and they were actually able to take home the bigger W against Top Kick. So far Sini5ter looking pretty good in terms of team compositions amongst their players and some good synergy. So with that all said, we've now got our couple of next picks here for Sini5ter as well as Chemical Rage. Disruptor being picked up for Sini5ter, and Jugger being picked up for Chemical Rage. Jugger can also be played in the mid. I do believe Snare is back with me. Maybe take us through the draft if I have completely made a balls up of what is going on here.
So I'm back. There was some internet issues, but I think the way Chemical Rage is set up, they could run mid Juggernaut, but most likely they want to run Jug, Jakiro, and a +1, because that's a really dominating laning phase, even over a hero like Sand King. So right now, the way that Chemical Rage set up their lanes, I think is much better than Sini5ter has, because a lot of the magic damage that they have on the side of S5. Firstly, they're not going to be able to kill Tidehunter very easily, and Juggernaut has spin. Even Jakiro is relatively tanky, so Chemical Rage are sitting in a decent enough position to be able to withstand the pressure from the early game. And Sini5ter, make no mistake, they require to put a lot of pressure in the early game. Kunkka, Disruptor are heroes that can scale as the game goes later, but they have a much greater effect when they are already winning the game than when they're behind. Also, I'm somewhat surprised that these heroes have been picked together. They sort of do the same thing in terms of putting a hero back and being able to lock down a team. So, Sini5ter, that being said about their laning phase, their team fight is actually crazy strong if they can get the jump onto Juggernaut especially.
Well, they've got a lot of control coming out from the Sini5ter. Now, I find in the later patch, correct me if I'm wrong, but I find that teams that have more control during team fights seem to do a lot better. I don't know, but it's just what I've seen, the basic way that the game plays out, or team fights play out, that teams that have these big control heroes, you've got the Glimpse, you've got the X, I mean, that's just does so much for your team. Do you agree, or do you think it's just the natural being of the hero themselves?
I actually agree with you, because for a long time at the beginning of this patch, we saw that teams that would have the offlaner that would be able to start the fight would generally be able to control the game better as a result. But as the patch evolved, as people began to have a greater understanding of how to play the game right now, we've actually seen that generally the team that has more control, more stuns, more slows, more ability to be able to affect how the enemy team has the initiation within the middle of the team fight, tends to stand a better chance of winning the game. So you're definitely right that the team that has more stuns and more control is winning right now, and that's the trend that's been arising in Dota in the last 2 weeks. And right now, Sini5ter have, even with Sven right now, they have got Stormhammer, Kinetic Field, they've got Glimpse, Static Storm, Burrow Strike, and the Torrent and X marks the spot, as well as Ghost Ship. Sini5ter's team fight is crazy good. So even though Chemical Rage have now picked up this OD, this is likely going to be a game where OD pretty much has to buy BKB, or Chemical Rage has to pick Oracle or Dazzle as their last pick.
Well, they do still need that fifth and final pick for Chemical Rage. Sinister picking up this fan. I mean, he gets that BKB. OD's not going to be able to do too much to him. But as soon as that BKB starts ticking down, going to give Chemical Rage a bit of an opportunity. I think a lot of it depends on if Tide can get a good jump on the Sven before he BKB. Could change the fight a lot more. But we'll see how it pans out. The bans have come out, though, here for both teams. The final bans are going to be Omni Knight for the side of Sinister, as well as the Invoker coming out here for Chemical Rage. So Sinister looking for their mid player. We're going to probably see an offlane Sand King, Disruptor Sven, and then probably a roaming Kunkka potentially. Mid is the next to come out here for Sinister. What do you think Chemical Rage is going to be looking for here? Do you think it's going to be that Dazzle Oracle pick just to ensure the OD can actually survive through those massive team fights that you speak of?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a super defensive hero. Dazzle Oracle, probably the best pickups. Sini5ter had a similar idea. They banned Omni Knights. Omni with Storm is with OD is crazy good.
Ooh.
So banning that out. And we saw Sini5ter, they had Invoker banned against them because Chemical Rage understood that they don't have a lot of damage. And Storm Spirit will show that up. And Pugna is the last pick. So
wow.
Chemical Rage can actually go for a straight up push stretch here. Jakiro with Pugna. This is not an easy lane or easy game for Sini5ter to be able to hold out against, because their push potential is crazy, as well as the healing ward from Juggernauts. So this can be actually a very fast game for Chemical Rage.
And I mean, they do. Let's not forget about the Decryptify can actually save their teammates that are getting right-clicked down from the Sven as well. So you've got that defensiveness coming out from the Pugna. They've got that Nether Ward that is going to do crazy things to the side of Sinister. I mean, I'm a bit of a Sand King player. So what happens is I sit outside I sit in Fog of War. I start channeling my Epi. I try and blink, but because the Nether Ward is close by, I don't blink. And could be a little bit of a problem coming out from the Sand King for Sinister side there. But we'll see if they can actually deal with it. If they can deal with the Pugna. They got a nice jump from the Storm Spirit being able to actually zone and focus down specific heroes. But we're going to see how the game does actually turn out for both teams. But the game is underway. The pause has come through. It is traditional in SA Dota. For those of you that are joining us in game, for those of you that are joining us on the stream, welcome to Chemical Rage vs Sinister Reborn. This is going to be the first game of the BOTC Quarter Finals. The winners of this will go up against either Hive or Pulse Reborn, and we're in store for a massive game this evening. I am Jabba. I'm joined by Snare. We're going to bring you this hot Dota SA action, and hopefully we're going to be in store for some awesomeness. I asked for a techie to be picked up. Techies, obviously they didn't listen to me. I know you hate him. I know you hate him.
Oh, like that hero just. I actually played against Techies the day after we came back from Rage. I had a Techies game and I thought of you and I lost. It was awful, and I hate the hero even more now.
Love, bro, love.
Well,
right.
this game though, one thing I do think that's gonna end up happening. This last pick Pugna, I think is kind of genius from Chemical Rage, because now Sini5ter has to rethink the entire laning phase. You actually can't lane Storm in the mid lane versus a Pugna. Pugna, if he plays properly, can absolutely destroy a Storm Spirit. So they might have to consider putting the Storm plus the Kunkka at the very least, just to be able to keep him safe. And then Chemical Rage is pretty much free to do whatever the hell they want. If they really want to, they could even go for this jungle Jakiro. Who's not awful, it's not great, but if you get at least 2 levels from the small camp here on the Radiant lane as well as the hard camp, you can actually get level 3 quite fast. And from there, the push potential from CR is just honestly too good for Sini5ter to deal with. At least until there's a Blink Dagger on Sand King, an Orchid and or Bloodstone on Storm Spirit, and a BKB on Sven. So Chemical Rage are on a timer, but they can actually make things happen in the first 25 minutes of the game.
Well, let's see if it turns up, but let's go ahead and do the introductions here. For the side of the Radiant, gonna be Chemical Rage on this green and beautiful side. Smoke has come up in the middle already, but we've got Thunder Buddy gonna be playing our Outworld Devourer. We've got I Am Batman gonna be playing our Jagger. Divine Intervention on the Pugna. We've got Zumaro Katu going to be playing our Tide Hunter, and Donkey Cut going to be playing our Jakuru. They do find out Fearbender here in the mid. It looks like they did get a couple of rotations in. Nothing being able to be picked off just yet. So that's smoke being broken. Kunkka sitting quite deep here at the moment, as well as the Sven. They weren't able to get anything off the back of that smoke. So nice positioning there from the side of Sinister, not being able to be caught out, and it's Going to probably be a bounty ruin a piece at the moment, but now that the game is going to be underway, not too many other interruptions. Let us go and introduce the side of the die there for me, please, my man.
So on the die side, Fearbender is going to be the one picking up the bounty rune for Sini5ter on the Storm Spirit. We're going to have this beautiful Sand King being played by Hackathon here. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce his name, but we'll see. Mr. Beckerling going to be playing on the support disruptor, a hero that he's extremely accomplished on. We have So Yoi Source going to play on that support Kunka, and last but not least, our hard carry Sven being played by Atomic Monkey. And he's gone for something very odd here. He's gone for that early mango, so they want to try and find some kill potential on this offlane here on the dire side.
Are we going to see just a simple lane with the Tide obviously sitting in the offlane? We're not going to see any aggressive tries coming out from either of the teams here.
No, I don't think we'll see aggressive try lanes. I think they want to try and have a standard game as possible for Sven versus Jug. I think if we're going to see an aggressive try lane, it might come out from Sini5ter. They could possibly run the Juggernaut, not the Juggernaut, the Sand King with the Disruptor and Kunka in the offlane, just to try and bully out the Juggernaut as much as possible. Because Sven late game absolutely crushes Jug. So if they want to try and make the environment as difficult for Juggernaut from the onset as possible, I think it might benefit Sini5ter very much.
Okay, I do agree with that. I mean, you're putting a solo Sven up against a solo Tide Hunter. You're getting that XP. If he can get his farm, it's going to be all good. Although we do see So Yo-Yo Source just hanging around this area. I don't think anything will come off it. I think he's just scouting in case there's any rotations coming out here from the side of Chemical Rage. But in the mid lane, going to be the OD versus the Storm. Going to be no crazy shenanigans. As you said that there may have been a Pugna mid. But here comes Mr. Beckling on the Disruptor. Has only got the Thunder Strike at the moment. So just trying to put some harass on here. Onto Thunder Buddy. Just going to leave Fearbender to just simply farm and just get those last hits. Do you think that the Disruptor will be better suited in other lanes, trying to help out the team here?
No, I think Disruptor's fine as he is so far. They understand that top lane, yeah, they can't really stop Tide Hunter from farming because the Anchor Smash is so good against Sven, but Sven should never really die up against this lane. He should be able to get his farm. And bottom lane as well, Sand King, they have one stun here on the bottom lane in the form of the Ice Path from Donkey Cat. So as long as he doesn't play too aggressively, the Sand King should be perfectly fine. So Mr. Beckler can actually sit around mid. Now he's going top. They're going to try and make a play onto the Tide Hunter. He might lose life, Thunder Strike on him. I think this Tide might die here. He's being body blocked up. Yeah, he's definitely dead.
Very nice play there. Mr. Beckling doesn't actually have enough. Does pop out the Fury Fire. Does keep him alive. Mr. Beckling taking a little bit of damage there from the creeps. But not being able to bring down the Tide, that's super unfortunate. But I mean, a Kraken Shell, just too strong, my friend. Wow.
Yeah, Kraken Shell too good. He's got the 1.2 at. Surprisingly, Sven got the 1.2 Warcry just as the Tide escaped. They could maybe have popped it off to try and get more damage onto him, but it doesn't really matter too much. Now he's going to try and stack up these neutrals on the side, farm from that, and try and just avoid the lane as much as he possibly can. That being said, Sven is going to have the easiest time of his life here at the top lane, so I think this is quite dangerous for CR. They don't really have tools to deal with BKB Sven in the late game, like you mentioned. If they don't catch him before he pops his BKB, he's effectively immortal this game. The only thing that can affect him is the Omni Slash, and that gets hugely mitigated by the fact that he has this Warcry. So I think CR are the ones that are going to need to do something drastic in the early game, because Sini5ter are pretty much happy to just sit back and farm for as long as possible.
Right, well, I think Sini5ter don't have those big cooldowns that they need to actually play around. I think Sini5ter generally is like a more stronger team fighting lineup. Only the Sven really with his God strength really makes a difference for the side of Sinister. For the side of Chemical Rage, I mean, you've got some big ultis that really could make or break team fights. You've got the Sanity's Eclipse coming out from the OD. You've got the Ravage coming out from the Tide. I mean, those are big ultis that you don't want to take an engagement with those down. I mean, that's what gives CR the strength of their team. And if they don't have it, I mean, okay, we also forgot about the Omni Slash. Jagger would probably also not want to engage with the Omni Slash down. But he's still always ready to fight.
Yeah, definitely. That the cooldowns aren't that big a deal on the side of CR with the exception of the Tide Hunter. What I'm interested to see is, I think Sini5ter, their item build is going to have a huge impact on this game. Whether or not we see Soul Spirit go for the straight Bloodstone or the straight Orchid. I think this game, he might get a little bit more mileage out of having an Orchid Malevolence. Being able to silence off the OD or silence the Juggernaut before they get any of the ultimates off would really be a huge deal. That being said, he might feel he might die too soon if he doesn't have a defensive item like the Bloodstone. So Sini5ter, their only major hurdle is the first 25 to 30 minutes of the game where they have to play extremely carefully. Because we all see what happens when OD goes out of control. I mean, we remember from the DGL Masters,
Yeah.
if you leave an OD by himself, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and it's normally death. It's normally pursued by death, and huge numbers on the board in terms of death. So, in the bot lane, Batman trying to see if he can find something here. We got the SK running around the tower. Doesn't take too much damage there, and nothing coming off the back of that. Taking quite a bit of damage there. The poor SK has actually gone a 1-1 build. Probably something necessary. Caustic Finale, we know that does so much work in the offlane, especially against melee heroes. We'll see if it can still do. Batman playing rather well, just making sure that he doesn't stay in that Caustic Finale spray range, and not taking too much damage there from the Caustic Finale.
Juggernaut's actually doing fantastically. He's net worth leader, or last year leader, by a considerable amount right now. And more importantly, he's been able to, him and his supports, they've been able to zone out the Sand King almost entirely. And the major thing about the way that Chemical Rage have structured their lineup, they've got the support duo of the Pugna and Jakiro. Sure, these heroes don't really do that much in team fights, they don't have that much control, but they're pushing potential. We're 3 minutes into the game and this tier 1 tower is at 200 HP. The next time that they have a creep wave coming into the tower, this tower will go down. So CR definitely playing a much more fast-paced game. And so far, it doesn't seem like S5 have a way to deal with it. Sure, they've got level 4 right now, the Sand King. He's got one-on-one like you mentioned. But there's absolutely no kill potential anywhere just yet for the Sini5ter heroes. And CR are perfectly happy spamming out this Liquid Fire, spamming out the Nether Blast to be able to take these towers. And I don't think it's going to be a while before Sini5ter have a way to even respond to this. Even as the Sven is trying to farm in the top lane, he's only at 10 for 7, and Tidehunter is a much better matchup up against this tri-lane here at the top than the Sand King is up against the Chemical Raid lineup. So I think from the early laning phase, CR definitely coming out on top already. We already see Tidehunter going above and beyond the Sand King in terms of his last hits, has better, his experience is lower, but as the game progresses, I think it's going to be a much more item-dependent game for these offlaners than just for levels.
Well, the game is paused out, and it's taking a bit of time for the players to actually join here. So it's going to give us a little bit of time to continue for you guys to listen to our beautiful voices. We're not going to go anywhere. It is rather hot outside, so if you want, go and grab a quick snack, go get something cool to drink, and come and join us. Don't know how long this is going to take to sort out, but we will not leave you. We will stay here through this agonizing pause as our players do rejoin. Now, you were speaking a little bit earlier here about how CR is pushing this bottom tier 1 tower so hard. Could Sini5ter do anything? Could they maybe get the Kunkka to come bot, maybe try and get a pick off, send the Disruptor with him? Or do you think it's all more important for them to be able to actually make sure that the Sven stays safe?
I think the Sven's safety takes paramount right now for Sini5ter. Also, I think it would be sort of a waste for the Sand King if they rotated the Kunkka down bottom. I think they just need to accept that this tower is going to go down. There's zero way to stop it. Donkey Cat has 1 point in Liquid Fire. There is the spam from the Pugna. This tower is going down, whether Sini5ter like it or not. The only thing they can control is how if they can keep the Sven afloat while this is happening. And in the top lane, so far they managed to zone out this Tidehunter. He's pretty far back, so Sven can get some uninterrupted farm and levels here in the top lane. So they should probably just leave it, let him go, just allow this farm to go the way of this bottom lane here. The one good thing about pushing out super early for Chemical Rage is that if they do take this tower, Sini5ter understand that Chemical Rage can't actually push further than this. So for a conceivable amount of time, they're going to force the Juggernaut back into the lane or into the jungle, which is alright. It's not great for Sini5ter, but considering what could happen, I think it's a better situation.
But then don't you think with that happening, you're now going to get the opportunity for the supports from Chemical Rage to actually now start rotating a lot more?
Oh, absolutely. This opens up a lot of space for the Chemical Rage lineup.
No, now this is going to put a lot of pressure on the Sven, because if you start getting these two supports, the Pugna and Donkey Cat, going up to the top lane, they're going to start putting pressure in this top lane. The Sven is going to struggle a lot more now. He's sitting 14-8. Considering that he really has a free lane to farm. I mean, Tide hasn't really contested him that much. And Tide, he's only sitting at level 2 at the moment, so it's suffering drastically in terms of levels.
Yeah, Tidehunter should probably, as soon as he hits level 4, just go into the jungle, farm a bit there. He's level 3 right now. He's in no real danger of dying just yet with these 2 points into the anchor smash. So, I don't know. I think the main thing right now that CR needs to be able to take hold of, they need to be able to secure this laning phase. And right now, they rotated the Jakiro top. They understand that they need Tyrant to have a decent game. They need the early level 6 from him. So, with Jakiro here, they're can apply pressure to the safe lane, as well as not allow Sven to farm. Because if Sven comes too close, Liquid Fire pretty much disables Sven from being able to farm. Any melee hero under Liquid Fire can do nothing. He probably should have just thrown it on the hero, but Donkey Cats, with the threat of him being here, they're going to try to go on the side right now. He might actually die here.
Well, they do throw down the hard spot, holds him in place for a little bit, but the Thunderstrike too good. And first blood going in favor of Sini5ter. They get that first blood there. So Mr. Beckling got a sweet, sweet amount of cash there in his pocket. Going to help him probably ward up a little bit. They've got some deep wards here for the side of Sinister. Actually got a deep sentry ward over there, just making sure they can't even get any wards out. But beautifully done there from the side of Sinister. Even after rotating up the Jakuru, still being able to bring down that Tyrant here. And then instantly as that's done, we've got a smoke coming up here from our two supports. We've got the Kunkka and Disruptor trying to see if they can make a play here on Thunder Buddy. They dropped this Observer trying to spot out where he is.
He's dead.
Fearbender. He's actually salving up. There we go. There's the X marks the spot. Odie actually prisons himself. He's not going to get caught out just yet. X is down. But a huge amount of damage coming out from the imprisonment. Fearbender trying to find himself the OD. That Self just being able to do enough work. And now Divine Intervention going to be the next to fall. Double kill going for Fearbender. Nicely done there from the supports. Almost bringing down the Kunkka. Praying to the boat gods that he stayed alive. And he just did.
That was such a good play coming up from Sini5ter. So immediately as they make something happen in the top lane, the supports rotate to the mid lane, shutting down the OD who was doing decently well up against Storm Spirit. Now Storm Spirit gets to overtake him in terms of farm. Storm has to go home, but getting that double kill, he gets a soul ring immediately afterwards. So right now, Sini5ter, the only weak point that they really had in their draft is this early game, and now that's not really that big of an issue. So the Chemical Rage lineup are under even greater pressure to try and make something happen. And Thunder Buddy now has to be even more careful here in the mid lane because they haven't scouted out this Observer ward here. There are no sentries on these supports. Pagna doesn't have one, nor does the Jakiro. And Jakiro does have one, but he's in the top lane, here in the middle lane. Will they try and go for this kill middle? I think they can.
Ozpath not actually locking down Fearbender. I don't know if I missaw that, but it didn't look like he actually trapped it down.
Weird.
Oh,
that was very strange. I thought that actually landed, but...
Yeah, that was straight over the imprisonment. But nonetheless, that is how the cookie crumbles. Let's just have a look. You were talking a little bit earlier about the wards and the sentry situation. Let's just take a look at the fog of war at the moment. This is the vision for CR. They've only got one ward up on the map, and it's sitting here in the top lane for the side of Sinister. They've got two wards up pretty much in the mid parts of the area, making Storm stays alive. But top lane now, they do find themselves the Tide Hunter. They're trying to make a play here. They turn their attentions now to the Kunkka. He's trying to get himself out of dodge. The Cryptofire on top of the blast is not able to bring him down just yet. But there comes the Barrow Strike coming out from the Sand King. Does bring down the Tide Hunter. Fearbender looking for some more, trying to see if he can find anything else. It comes out the Sanity Eclipse from Thunder Buddy, trying to make something happen here. X-Master spot, going to keep him in place. Torrent is good, going to keep the Pugna in place there. Fearbender, he's the one under pressure now. The Kinetic Field going to hold the two players in place there. Even Divine Intervention on the back line, not being able to close that gap. And suppose beautifully done there from CR, being able to get 2 kills off the back of that. Sven went down as well as the SK. So... nicely done to the boys of Chemical Rage. They, I suppose they responded in the best way they could.
Yeah, they did what they could. They tried to like control that fight afterwards. But it was pretty clear once the Sven got captured in the Astral, level 3 Astral was a guaranteed kill coming out from Thunder Buddy. So, bad fight from Sinister, but I don't think they will bother them too much. As long as they don't lose this tower, they could possibly defend it. Fearbender here is going to try and go on Donkey Cats.
There's the Nether Ward, going to cause a lot of problems here for the team of Sini5ter. There comes the Burrow Strike. It is going to be enough to keep them in place, but we do lose the Jakiro. Now stunned out, Divine Intervention. The Thunder Strike coming out from Mr. Beckling is going to be enough. Mr. Beckling low HP, but Tide Hunter just going to walk himself out of that precarious position there. And 2 kills going in favor of Sini5ter at the moment. So team playing rather well together, getting those nice initiations here from Fearbender. But that Nether Ward just doing so much work here for the side of Chemical Rage. It's something that that's going to have to cause Sini5ter to actually turn around and get rid of that Netherward. It just does so much work.
Yeah, Netherwood is preposterously good up against the Stone Spirit. Fearbender is going to struggle for quite some time to deal with this item. He's going for the power trades now, but the way that the CR has been actually trying to take these fights, they've not been allowing Sven to actually get complete free farm. Sure, he's had pretty much of a good time, but if you look at the net worth right now, he is 4th behind Storm, OD, and Juggernaut. So yeah, he's been involved in some kills for his team, but CR has understood that just keeping this Sven shut down is pretty much the way to go to win this game. And they get the Anchor Smash on him at the Gush, but they miss the Ice Pod, so there's not going to be a kill onto the Sven so far.
Oh, here comes the Torrent X, catches 2 of them. Mr. Zamura Kato being able to stand there with his buddy and says, you want to go for a swim? I'm going to join you, buddy. And not being able to make anything else happen off the back of that. Kunkka not level 6 yet, only level 4. I think we'll probably see a little bit more aggression coming out of the side of Sini5ter as soon as that boat is online. But at the moment, not too much happening over there. Glimpse is going to be used here in the mid lane, making sure OD can't actually pick up that bounty rune. Little cheeky play there from our disruptor, Mr. Beckling, your little beaut, and Thunder Buddy trying to see if he can find anything else. But Mr. Sand King is hiding in Viz. Now let's find out. Thunder Buddy drops the veil. Going to be enough to actually just frighten the SK away. And that's it, says the SK, and he just returns back to his lane.
So SK goes back. A little bit of an odd build here from the OG. He's gone for this Veil of Discord. Generally, when we see Outworld Devourers nowadays, they rush the Hurricane Pike as fast as possible. Hurricane Pike, drums, sometimes Blink Dagger, BKB tends to be the general build for these OGs nowadays. But him going for this Veil means that he wants to be able to prop up his team as much as possible. So it means CR, as soon as they get level 6 on Tidehunter, I think they're going to try and group up and fight here. And they're going to maybe get this kill onto Kunkka as well.
One more right click coming out, and the Gush does go in favor of the Tide, bringing down the Kunkka. I suppose being caught with his pants down a little bit, quite far behind enemy lines here. And perhaps Kunkka had a plan, but he did actually pay for his sins. And he did hit the deck rather hard and fast. Sven trying to do what he can to actually get himself back in the game. He has actually opted to go for the Blink Dagger first instead of opting for anything else. How do you feel about the rushing Blink on this Sven? Do you think it's good, or do you think you would have probably liked to have seen maybe trades or maybe Helm?
For the Blink Dagger. What he's trying to do is he understands that the CR lineup is actually not going to give him any room to farm. And they're just going to keep pushing all the lanes as fast as humanly possible with this Pugna and Jakiro. So he wants to be able to be the initiator for his team. So I think the plan is that Sand King will be the secondary initiation. Sven jumps in, gets the God Strength off with the Stormhammer, pops a couple of heroes, and then thereafter the Sand King will follow through. And then Storm Spirit will maybe come after that. So I think they're trying to turn Fearbender into the sort of more late game insurance. And right now, the ability to win team fights is going to be more on the back of Atomic Monkey. So I'm okay with the Blink Dagger. Personally, I would have still preferred to have the Echo Saber first, because I think he's going to need a lot of farm to be able to overcome the push potential from CR and have some deep push as well. However, him having this Blink Dagger right now means that CR, unless they are 100% absolutely certain about the initiation, it's going to be extremely difficult to actually kill this Sven right now.
Well, here we go. The side of CR spots out the Kunkka. There comes down the Static Storm. Going to not catch anyone. They do just be able to catch the Pugna in the backline. There comes this big epicenter, but massive Insanity Eclipse coming out from the OD. There's the Ravage. Going to be good enough. Drops 2 for the side of Sini5ter. Drops 3 for the side of Sini5ter. Only losing the Pugna. And I lost breath over there as the triple kill goes in favor of I Am Batman. That is a huge swing for the side of CR. A massive, I think that's around about a 2,000 net worth swing. That is massive, and something that Sini5ter didn't want actually to happen. Now they're putting pressure on the tier 2 tower in the bot lane. Gonna be rather difficult here for Sini5ter to actually defend that. 3 of their players are down. Sven respawning at the moment. Here comes a Torrent. Gonna just catch out Tide. Gonna make him feel at home underwater. And Outworld Devourer managing to pick up that last hit on the tower. Gonna definitely accelerate his farm quite a bit.
So that them taking the tier 2 tower bottom and having that massive 4-man engagement, the way that fight started, what ended up going preposterously wrong for Sinister 5 is that sure they got the from the side of CR, they got the stun onto the Juggernaut, I think, but they weren't able to actually follow up, and Sven got caught inside the ice path. And then Pugna decrypt onto him. He couldn't really attack any much, even though he had the God Strike active, sure, but the amount of damage that actually comes from Sini5ter, without this Sven being in God Strike, they actually don't deal any damage right now, so it's kind of hard for them to take fights. And they understand that they're trying to win in the late game, but they've just lost a tier 2 tower like it was absolutely nothing. And this OD is starting to become a problem. 400 gold away from being able to pick up the first Dragon Lance. We saw the effect of that Veil of Discord, how much additional damage it gave to the Pugna. It was actually just insane in that team fight.
I mean, I think I saw a full HP Sand King, EPN, Burrow Strike, Insanity's Eclipse landed on him, and he was basically left with 1/10 HP, basically one hit away from death. So Thunder Buddy already hitting like an absolute monster with that Insanity Eclipse, and his Arcane Bolts being able to just throw out that right-click damage. I mean, the side of CR is throwing out a huge amount of damage, and this was one of my worries about this Sven with the Blink, not being able to really get the damage that he needed out early. I think the Blink pickup showed that CR wanted to have a little bit of an earlier team fight scenario, and CR actually is dominating the earlier parts of the game, so that Echo Saber may have been a little bit better, but bot lane, we've got the Sand King spotting out the Juggernaut. They do able to pick him up, and Disruptor finishing off the kill there. So they do manage to snack themselves up a kill there on the Juggernaut, one of the high net worth players sitting actually top of the log. Someone that they really needed to bring down, and they do in the top lane. No, there's more action. Sven trying to go down, but Liquid Fire just too strong. Donkey Kick finding him out. Rotations coming out from the rest of Sini5ter. A little bit too slow and a little bit too far away from that Sven takedown. Now CR looking for a little bit more here. They have got the entire team, pretty much the entire team top here. Here comes out the Astral Imprisonment. I can't actually follow up anything over there. It was actually just on a creep. Farming OD.
Oh my gosh, so them being able to get the Sven kill, sure they lose Juggernaut in the bottom lane, but the way Jug is the highest net worth in the game right now, and it matters a lot more for Sini5ter to be able to catch up with Sven, because he's the only real source of physical damage, unless they are able to upgrade this Cooker, get that Drops of Endurance, the Crystallis, whatever the case may be. So for now, CR still come out on top of that situation, because they were able to apply a lot more pressure to the top tier 2 tower. It's already at half HP, and even though they got this kill on Jug, he was so low bottom. Literally 4 heroes in the top lane, and they weren't able to even put 100% 100 HP damage onto the tier 1 tower bottom. So I think Sini5ter are definitely in a lot more trouble than they appear to be, and Juggernaut now has this Battle Fury, so he even has some late game potential as well. So this game is not going to be easy, even as it goes later for Sini5ter. And remember, we spoke about this at DGC and at the Masters, how Juggernauts that go for this Battle Fury, especially when they're dominating in the early game, tend to have a much better ability to win the late game above and beyond those that go for the Manta Diffusal build.
Absolutely, we spoke about it at some length as well, because we actually experienced two back-to-back Jugger games where one Jugger picked up the Diff Manta, the next Jugger picked up a Battle Fury, and the Jugger Battle Fury build seems to do a lot better up against a hard-hitting team like the lineup that we see that Sini5ter has. And I mean, they've left the Iron Batman to basically his own devices. He's sitting now 8.2k gold worth in terms of net worth. We got the OD sitting second on the charts, and then only the Storm Spirit sitting at 5.7. So I mean, that's really going to allow him to really get that farm that he needs, and Jugger's farm is just going to start accelerating. Atomic Monkey, the only thing that he's got going for him is that he's a little bit more mobile than what the Jugger is. But I mean, with the control coming out from the Tide Ravage, it's just going to be so much better. Here comes the Astral Imprisonment from the OD. Here comes the outpart. Going to be, doesn't actually lock down Atomic Money. But there comes the Static Storm. Going to be able to silence out the Tide as well as the Chikuru. No follow-up there from either of those players. X marks the spot onto the Pugna. Not going to actually follow up too much there. We do have the Astral Imprisonment coming out. We got the Ravage being used up only on Mr. Beckling, but now Stunned Out coming out there from the Sand King. He does hit the deck. Divine Intervention looking for more. X marks the spot. They're zoning out the side of Sini5ter quite hard from defending this tier 2 tower. And this is going to result in another tower taken here for the side of Chemical Rage, and Sini5ter in a little bit of a precarious position here. Not being able to stop this onslaught that CR just keeps throwing at them and throwing at them and throwing at them constantly.
So they've lost all their tier 2 towers in 18 minutes, and like you said, their lineup is not one that's perfectly positioned to be able to withstand this. Sven went for this Blink Dagger to try and initiate fights, but I think maybe a minute or so after getting that Blink Dagger, that first time he died, pretty much disallowed it from being able to use the Blink Dagger at all. Like right now, there's a decent enough size wave bottom. Imagine he had an Echo Saber. This would be so much better, but him having Blink means that Sini5ter has to try and find ways to fight, but even though they actually just can't. They're 200 level, 200 farm right now. Sven is only level 11 with the 2 points in God Strength and the Blink Dagger, whereas the Juggernaut is level 13 and is about to finish off his Yasha as well. So generally, late game Sven is better than Juggernaut, yeah, but that's if Sven and Juggernaut are even. Juggernaut is having such a good game, him and OD in fact. I mean, Thunder Buddy now has a completed up Dragon Lance, almost has the Hurricane Pike as well. So, Jumba, I don't know, man. This Sini5ter lineup, as much as they were trying to be able to stall up the push potential from CR, this early game lead from the Chemical Rage lineup, I think actually just might be insurmountable at this point in the game.
It's very tough. I think I don't want to I think the drafts I don't think there was a lost draft or a one draft, a winning draft. I think both teams had a good draft. I think it was just maybe a little bit of itemization, especially on the Sven, that actually caused the problems here. I think what Sini5ter did was picking up the Blink Dagger, showed that CR that they wanted to get the initiation onto CR with no damage. But here comes the point. Icebart is going to be good. Going to catch out Divine Intervention. Pugna hits the deck. Static Storm actually being committed for that as well. And Yo-Yo Source not being able to get X marks the X marks the spot off, and he's going to allow the side of CR to actually just retreat. He does still have X marks the spot, just waiting to drop it down. There comes the torrent, there comes the X. They do catch out Jakuri. Is it going to be enough to actually bring him down? There comes the imprisonment. Going to just hold him in place for a little while longer, but then Static Field is going to be good. Hold him in place. But Fearbender says, do not fear, my friends, when I am near, because I will bend you and make you fearful.
Fearbender comes in, they get the kill to Jakiro, so they did get 2 kills here top. They brought down the support cost from Chemical Rage, which is pretty good for them. So the way in for Sini5ter at this point in the game is to understand that, alright, they're going to lose all your towers, and that's okay. Try and defend high ground and try and get as many pickles as possible. And so far, we actually see they are in the kill lead, even though they are definitely behind in terms of net worth and experience. But I think Sini5ter can weather the storm if they play extremely patiently. We see Atomic Monkey is going to go for this Hammer Dominator. He wants to try and stack up and power farm as fast as humanly possible. And that's going to be one of the ways back into the game for them. But here top, Scan, thrown right over onto Fearbender and Yo-Yo Source. Looks like Chemical Rage might try to wrap around and see if they can pick somebody off here.
Well, I'm just looking. Sven has now actually picked up himself the helm. And I think it's going to take a lot here for the Sven to actually get something done. I mean, the Jugger is hitting like an absolute monster at the moment. I mean, he's already sitting with his Yasha. You mentioned it earlier, has his phase boots, his battle fury. So at the moment, CR doing really well, especially on the Jugger. I think it's the Jugger that's really causing the problems. I mean, his net worth as well as the OD is just sitting like astronomically high above the rest of the side of Sinister here. I mean, what do you suggest? Because I mean, I don't want to say the lane was lost for the side of Sinister with the Sven in it, but definitely didn't get what they wanted out of it.
No, definitely not. They were expecting a lot more to come out of the laning phase. They weren't expecting Tide to have anything resembling a decent game. And right now, sure, he's behind the Sand King in terms of the amount of items that he has going for him. But Tide Hunter with Blink Dagger is, I wouldn't say as dangerous as Sand King with Blink Dagger, but it's still a pretty big deal. Blink Ravage is no joke. And right now, because of how tanky the Tide Hunter is, Sini5ter aren't confident in their ability to actually pick him off. So as a result, they can't actually take fights right now, which means they're going to lose this Roshan. And Sini5ter, I think the way that they have to try and approach this game from here on out is to try and just push as much as possible. I think the way that Fearbender is doing the game right now is the correct way to go about it. Never allow CR to actually feel confident to push down a lane. Even if Fearbender is in danger of dying, sure, that might be a risk, but the risk of one hero dying is much better than the risk of just outright losing the game because you just stood on the high ground and didn't do anything to try and delay the opponent.
No, absolutely. Now, I want to ask you another question. What happens? I mean, who do you prioritize farm on? Do you prioritize the farm onto Atomic Monkey, the Sven? Or do you prioritize it on Fearbender on the Storm Spirit? Because my thinking here is you let the 4 players from Sini5ter just walk around the map doing Sini5ter things and allow the Sven to actually get the farm that he needs. They're going to try and catch out the Chikuria in the meantime. X marks the spot, holding him in place. Nether Ward doing so much damage here to Fearbender. Trying to farm more on the back of this. The Glimmer Cape not going to be good enough. And he does hit the tech. Storm Spirit trying to get himself out of dodge. We've now got Atomic Money. He does come into play here, but Glyph is on the tower and doing no damage there. Now, Thunder Buddy throwing down that massive ult. Not killing anyone just yet. And the Astral Imprisonment not going to only catch out the little ball, the Alpha Wolf there, and not being able to get anything for that. That top tier 1 tower taken quite a beating over there. It's going to get denied here from Divine Intervention. And a little bit unfortunate from them being able to deny the side of Sinister that amount of gold. I mean, before that whole team fight broke out, I was saying that maybe run a 4-1 strat. Basically, the 4 players from Sinister just run around, smash face, and allow the Sven to basically do what he needs.
I think that's definitely the case for how they want to extend the game. That Sven should just jungle, farm the lanes, push out a little bit, take out these ancient stacks when he creates them. In terms of farm priority, I think definitely the most farm hero should actually be Fearbender on the side of Sini5ter, because he's going to be the Orchid builder. And they understand that the only way they can actually win these fights is that one of 2 things. Firstly, if they can stop Batman from being able to cast either the spin or the ultimate. Secondly, if they can keep OD locked down. And now a fight might break out. Invis up OD, but Sini5ter want nothing to do with this.
They were too clever. They had this little set of sentries, observers spotting that out, so not actually being able to catch out the Sven. Sven almost actually been caught out by the Astral Imprisonment, but just too quick there on his fingers on the blink. But now the escape being spotted out. There comes the Ice Path, can hold him in place. There comes the Dust. They're trying to get the right clicks off. He's hiding in the trees. I Am Batman says, "You're not getting anywhere from me," and actually uses his axe to actually chop down that tree and find himself a nice little kill.
He doesn't have buyback.
There's no buyback available.
This is actually Rex. Like, Sini5ter cannot defend this at all without Sand King. They need the Blink Epicenter, they need that Power Strike. Without him, I'm very... Do they have Glyph? They have Glyph. This is going to be a very tough hold, but I think they might actually just lose Raxo for this Sand King pick-off.
Oh, this could be massive. I mean, they've got so much defense in that Epicenter. It is still available. He actually never popped it. So when he does actually respawn, he can actually pop that out, but... Does Sini5ter have enough to actually deal with it? But Donkey cuts. He's going to try and get caught, but it actually turns around onto Thunder Buddy. There comes X marks the spot. Just going to be able to weather the storm there by imprisoning himself, not being actually called back. And Torrent thrown out, catching Iron Batman. Manta's going to be good. There comes the Macropie, just being able to zone away the side of Sini5ter. Nether Ward doing so much damage. Throws down the Static Storm. Not being able to do too much there, just making sure they can zone out the side of Chemical Rage. Now I'm Batman sitting quite far in front. Actually just Blade Fury's up, right clicking down that melee Rex. This is going to be a free lane of Rex here for the side of Chemical Rage. Sini5ter not getting involved, but here comes the Epicenter, here comes the magic, people. Yeah, big ball in here from Fearbender, not catching anyone. There's the Sanity Eclipse. Not going to bring down this, it brings down the Sven. The Disruptor hits the tech. So does the Sand King, buyback from the Sven. We've got the beautiful imprisonment there coming out onto the Kunkka. He does also hit the tech. Free lane of Rex coming out for the side of Chemical Rage. Loses the bot lane of Rex. And this is going to be a huge problem here for Sinister. This is going to turn into a second lane of Rex.
It will probably. A beautiful jump from Fearbender actually tries to split push the lane. But what happened in that fight is... Okay, I know that CR technically won that fight. Not technically, but they got 2 lanes of Rex for this. But for me, the MVP of that entire fight actually has to be Mr. Beckerling on his Disruptor. He placed really 2 crucial kinetic fields, one just on the stairs of the base and one just outside it, preventing CR from being able to actually take the base in one immediate push and saving the team from being 5-man wiped. They still have lost 2 lanes of Rex though, and now a third one is going down. Sini5ter. No Epicenter, this just might be Mega Creeps. I think the game might be over.
No, this is a big problem. We got Fearbender jumping in, trying to make something happen on the back of this. Comes out part, holding down the Kunk and Mr. Beckling in the backline, trying to find something. He does actually manage to Static Storm out the tide, and Iron Batman not going to be enough, taking quite a bit of damage to Fearbender in the backlines. The Ozpath going to hold Sven in position, trying to make something happen. They lose the 3rd lane of Rex with no lives lost for the side of Chemical Rage. And just Sini5ter being outplayed here at the moment, not being able to pick up any kills here, but a massive double kill coming out from Atomic Monkey. All of a sudden pulls out this massive play and bringing down the 2 players here from the side of Chemical Rage. Could there be more? We've got the loss of the OD, and now 4 players down for the side of Chemical Rage. 1 getting away. Mr. Jugger, Mr. Batman, Now we
gosh,
understand why you are the Batman. But I fear it's a little bit too late.
I definitely think it's too late. So there was a 6k gold swing in that last 4-man engagement where they brought down these 4 CR heroes. But at the end of the day, you are mega creeps. Sure, they have the Sven, who is the best hero on their lineup for dealing with mega creeps, and in general, one of the better heroes in the game. But in this situation, he's the only right-click hero in the game, and yeah, they're just gonna call GG. There's no way they can actually deal with this. They're too far behind in terms of farm, too far behind in terms of levels, and Ibot goes the way of CR just like that.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. First game of this BOT quarterfinals does go in favor of Chemical Rage. And, I mean, when the draft took place, I think it was pretty much a even draft for both teams. I think Chemical Rage needed to win the early fight, which they did to actually win the game. And they played it perfectly, making sure the Sven never came online and actually caused a massive problem for the side of Sini5ter. I think they played it to perfection. Any last comments before we jump into a quick post analysis?
I think in this game, the most important thing that happened for Sini5ter, or the thing that went wrong, is that they just didn't pay enough attention to how the safe lane was going. And Pugner, Jakiro, they didn't have an answer for how to deal with this push potential. At the end of the day, if you don't have deep push up against a pushing lineup, you probably lose.
Right, well, there you have it. For those of you that are in game, we will see you very soon. We'll host the lobby very soon. We're just going to go through a little bit of our post analysis. If I can ask you in the meantime, Sini5ter, to actually just host the lobby for the guys so that we can go through the post analysis.
Sure.
Right, and welcome back, ladies and gents. We're just going to give a little bit of time for Sini5ter to actually get the lobby app, but we can see as the game has progressed, we can see the net worths at the moment. Jugger sitting with a crazy 18.9k lead. I mean, this is absolutely massive. I do not think that... I think I'm having a problem, and you guys cannot see my screen. So let me just try and see if I can fix that rather quickly for you guys. Come on my computer. Please listen to me.
Computer, please.
Please. Please, mister. Please, Mr. Computer.
Please, computer.
Please. Alright, well, it doesn't seem like my overlay is working, so I'm going to just leave the overlay like this for the moment, so at least we can just get through the game at least, or get through this this post-analysis. So, as we were, the Jug is sitting on 18.9k. That's the massive carry for the side of Chemical Rage. And for the side of Sini5ter, the Sven sitting on a 8.6 net worth. That is a little bit of a tough for the side of Sini5ter. I mean, what can they do looking into the next game? What could they do?
I think one of the main things that they need to be able to take care of, and what primarily went wrong for them, is like we mentioned, the way that they set up their lanes wasn't necessarily conducive to be able to win the late game. And I think, honestly, they weren't that aggressive. They would need to be a little bit more aggressive and make more moves. Because they had heroes that could definitely punish over-aggression from CR, but that didn't really end up happening. And sure, even though the game ended up even in terms of kills, I think there was one stage of the game where Sini5ter were up 4-0. I think they could have easily kept the momentum rolling in terms of just being able to move all the heroes into one lane, push forward as fast as humanly possible, and just never look back. Unfortunately, that didn't really end up happening. So now we see that I think Sini5ter will have to reassess how they want to approach the game. I think the draft was okay, but the way that they handled the draft, they needed to be a lot more aggressive, especially because they had heroes like Disruptor and Kuka who excel at punishing the enemy team when they try to run away from an engagement from your team.
Oh, I mean, there was a big level spike here. Looking at the player level here for the Jugger, doing rather well at around about the 30-minute mark. Let's take a look and see if we can see what item was picked up at around about the timing, just to try and see if we go here to graphs, player items. It was around about the 11-minute mark on our Jugger. So was pretty much the Battle Fury around about this point where he picked up the Claymore that really started excelling his farm. And I mean, we spoke about it in game that juggers that tend to go the Battle Fury build tend to carry a lot harder towards the late game. I think that was maybe a crucial item for the side of Chemical Rage. For the side of Sini5ter, we can see that the blink was picked up rather quick at around about the 10-minute mark. But after that, there was a very slow item progression coming out for the side of Sini5ter, especially on the Sven. Not being able to get that big item pickup as you'd want. I mean, even the Sand King was able to pick it up maybe 1 minute later than the Sven, who pretty much had a free farming lane. Maybe the Sand King never actually put enough pressure on the Jugger and led them to this point.
Yeah, they definitely did not put enough pressure on the Juggernaut, so he ended up in a situation, like you said, he had that very early Battle Fury, he just kept farming away, and you just get to a point where, as much as you have the hero that can deal with him in the late game, nothing you can do. This Juggernaut just went out of control, started balling in the early game. OD had literally no contest. After he beat the Source Spirit in the mid lane, OD just, we saw what would happen. He'd lay down one ultimate and 3-4 heroes would be down at least 2 or 3 quarters of their HP, and there's nothing you can do from that point. And the game just becomes exponentially more difficult for the Sini5ter lineup. So I think in this game they have to really approach. Their drops is okay, but they have to be a lot more aggressive. I think this team can make things happen, but a team like CR is not a team that's gonna just sit back and farm forever. I mean, Chemical Rage, this is what they do. They fight very early, and I think Sini5ter has to be prepared to do that.
Well, there you have it. So we will leave you guys on the stream. We're going to jump back into the game. So I'm going to move myself into the lobby. Give us 1 minute to sort out everything. And we will be back in game number 2 of this BOTC Quarter Finals. The first game, rather interesting. Hopefully game number 2 is going to be another cracker of a game. If Chemical Rage do take game number 2, that is going to put the end to tonight's Dota. Hopefully Sini5ter can bring it back to game number. Bring it back in game number 2 and give us some more Dota action. I mean, this is what we live for, guys, is Dota, Dota, Dota. So, with that all said, let us move over and we will see you guys very soon. Right, and welcome back to game number 2 of this BOTC Quarter Finals. Chemical Rage versus Sini5ter Reborn. Chemical Rage managing to take game number 1 off Sini5ter. Both drafts very well drafted from both teams. Unfortunately, Sini5ter not being able to get out what they needed out of their draft, and is now leaving us with a 1-0 lead to the side of Chemical Rage. This time, they on the side of the Dire, Sini5ter on the side of the Radiant. See if that's going to make a bit of a difference. I am Jabba. I am joined by Sni on the other side of the mic. And how are you doing? What did you think of that game?
So, game 1 made me very excited because I remembered what it's like to see Jakiro and Pugna in action, and these heroes just push super fast. There's nothing you can do about it. It's great. I can't wait to play up against these heroes in my pubs. I'm actually really excited about game 2 though, because I want to see what adjustments Sini5ter can make, because Fairbender is a great player. I want to see what he can do captaining this team. So let's see what happens.
Well, I mean, the draft has come out. We've got the similar bands as what we saw before, the Void as well as the Drow. And the Shadow Demon is still in the pool, which seems to be quite a contested here. It was banned out in the first phase in the previous game. Let's see if they do it again this time round. But Sini5ter opting to ban out the Axe. I mean, we've seen some crazy Axe plays from the teams of late, especially at the recent tournament we were at the DGL. So Sini5ter avoiding that, but Chemical Rage opting to ban out the Morphling first. So now it leaves quite an open pool, I feel, for Sini5ter. They've really got a couple of options here. What do you think they can look to go?
I think it could be beneficial for Sini5ter to go maybe for a first pick Mirana. I think one of the things that they lacked in the previous game was an ability to disengage from problematic fights. So Sini5ter go for something like that, something that can show up their laning phase as well as allow them to be able to run away when things go south in the mid game, could help them towards the home stretch. That being said, oh, they're gonna go for Tide. Okay, so they take the Tide Hunter away from Chemical Rage. I'm not sure Chemical Rage is gonna pick it, but first pick Tide Hunter. This is exceptionally risky. There's a lot of counters for this. They could go for Lion. They could go for the Shadow Demon. They could go for Morana. They could go for the Jakiro. They could go for Venomancer. I don't know. Why do you think they went for first picks? The Tide Hunter. I don't think the hero is that good to justify a first pick.
No, I think it was more maybe just a deny picks from the side of Chemical Rage, but now with Chemical Rage getting this dual pickup now in this part of the draft, I mean the synergy between the two players that they can pick up. I mean the Shadow Demons still in the pool. They've still got the Mirana. They've still got the Kunkka. These big playmaking heroes are still available for the side of Chemical Rage, but obviously Sini5ter kind of feels that they want to get their hands on the Tide. Maybe they can feel they can do just as much as what Chemical Rage did in the previous game. Even though the Tide got rather farmed, and he didn't even pick up an Iron Talon, just to mention, and return to the jungle to actually accelerate his farm. But as you said, I mean, he picks up Chemical Rage, picks up the Lion. I mean, a great initiator, and he's one of those supports that you kind of really don't need much on him. You just kind of need like Tranquils and a blink, and I mean, something's going to pop. So this makes it a rather interesting pick for the side of Chemical Rage. Second pick, what do you think they're going to be looking for? Their offlane, or do you think they're going to go for their second support? I think they should maybe hold off on the second support, try and see what the rest of Sini5ter is doing in case they need to actually pick up a disengaged hero or a defensive hero. But Shadow Demon's still in the pool, so they may actually just look at snacking that little bloke up right now.
I think you're definitely right that they should probably wait for the second support. Also, picking your two supports sort of gives away what your lady phase setup is going to look like well in advance. So Lion is one of those heroes that can be anywhere. It can roam around to help out the mid lane. It can be in the safe lane as well as function as part of an offensive dual lane or tri lane. So it's pretty much fine for them to have Lion and pick one off lane right now. They could possibly go for the Doxia. And if they go for Doxia, what Chemical Rage could do is try and set up the rest of their draft in such a way that they can have the 1v1 off lane matchup. They could still do that with the Sand King, because Sand King Tide is sort of even-ish. Slightly favored towards the Sand King. But what they could try and do is try and bait Sini5ter to picking up heroes which aren't necessarily good at dealing with aggressive tri lanes, thinking that they're going to be dealing with just the Sand King and then do the switcheroo at the last minute.
Well,
but otherwise, I think it's still fine to just have Sand King as it is.
Well, I think that's potentially what they're looking at doing. Chemical Rage is going to put the Sand King solo against the Tide Hunter, and then we're going to have two tri lanes facing off against one another. So now it's who's got the kill potential between the two aggressive tries.
Right now it's sort of even-ish, because I think Chemical Rage can still go for the Lion Sand King duo. If they do that, then it's definitely favored towards them, but they probably won't. Like you mentioned, I want to maybe try and have the Sand King versus Tide Hunter 1v1 matchup. In that case, it becomes a little bit more difficult to predict because Rubik is actually pretty good against Lion. Lion struggles to be able to get in on top of where a Rubik is. And Rubik Nullfield is a spell that not enough people level up. If you level up Nullfield, you will never die versus Lion in the early portions of the game until the Finger of Death is available. So Sini5ter, if they pick up something like a Shadow Demon with this Rubik, or something like a Kunkka even, they can actually force CR from being able to pick up a offensive tri lane as well as put too much pressure on Sand King for him to actually be able to survive in the lane. So Sini5ter, based on this Rubik pickup, I think it depends on their next hero. If they go Shadow Demon, Earthshaker, something along those lines, some hero that just makes that if you overextend, you die. That's what they need to be able to pick up on the side of Sini5ter to be able to force Chemical Rage away from picking up any form of offensive tri lane.
Well, do you think the Disruptor will be another good pick? I mean, as soon as you got the CR trying to disengage, you've got that glimpse available. Bring that hero back and then just smash him. So Chemical Rage now has to be a little bit more careful on when they take engagements. We saw it working a little bit, that it seemed to work pretty okay in the first game. I think the first game would have gone Sini5ter's way if Sven maybe got a little bit more out of his lane. Unfortunately, he didn't. But I think the rest of the players that were picked up for the side of Sini5ter actually did rather well. So even if they look at going back for the Disruptor, may not be too bad.
Disruptor for Sini5ter, I don't know if they'll pick it again this game because it sort of does the same thing that Rubik does. And I think one of the lessons that they probably learned from last game is don't pick two heroes that do pretty much exactly the same thing. If they do go for the disruptor, that means that they have to go for pure right-click potential in the mid lane as well as the safe lane. Otherwise, they'll have too much magic damage to bring to 4. So I think Fear Bender probably wants a hero that can control the tempo a little bit better. So they might want a hero like maybe AA
What about a
on the side of
Tinker?
Sinister.
What
Tinker
about a
would actually be
Tinker?
very good. Tinker is very good for... Actually, both guys could pick Tinker, but I think it'll be very good for the side of Sinister. If you have a hero that can just split push the map, never allow Chemical Rage to actually get on top of you. It's not that great versus Sand King, but it should dominate the mid lane. And now we see a potential deny pick of the Disruptor from Chemical Rage.
Well, I mean, so far, okay, so it's going to be a support line and disrupt. I mean, these are two big heroes, and if you get a static storm down before the tide jumps in, or kind of predicts where the tide's going to jump in, it's going to cause a lot of problems here for the side of Sinister. But Disruptor, again, going to have to be watching his positioning, making sure he doesn't get caught out from the tide or be pulled back from the Rubik. And also, we've got some big abilities coming out here for Chemical Rage. Huge steal potential for the Rubik. I mean, these could be like game-changing abilities that he could steal from the side of Chemical Rage and really switch the fight. Does Chemical Rage need to kind of watch what they draft now that the Rubik has all these spells available to him? I mean, this is like Rubik shopping here. This is like Black Friday at Walmart.
I definitely think you hit the nail on the head that Rubik has an amazing arsenal of spells to steal in this game. The only bad spells he has is if he steals the Thunderstrike. Actually, everything else is really good. So this is an exceptional game for Rubik to play. And Chemical Rage, they go for Shadow Fiend as well, who has one of the easiest ultimates in the world to be able to steal by a Rubik. So this is
support bounty.
Rubik territory. And now they
support
go for the
bounty.
Kunkka as well. So
Oh,
this is a hard game for Chemical Rage. I don't know how they're gonna try and deal with this, because I think the team fight potential from S5, sure, Chemical Rage probably has a better team fight, but pick-off potential from the side of S5, these heroes from Chemical Rage need a lot of farm. Sand King and Sand Shadow Feed don't want to be grouped up as 5, don't want to already be pushing as a 5-man unit, so Sinister5 can very easily, with Slok, Rubik, and Kunkka, find pick-offs all across the map.
Well, I mean, this is going to be quite a interesting game to see how Chemical Rage plays it. I think the Kunkka being picked up, maybe I would have liked to have seen a Bounty Hunter, because generally Shadow Fiends tend to get a Shadow Blade. Oh, wow.
Oh,
this is going to be a core Kunkka. No, what's this going to be? A mid Kunkka?
I think it's mid Kunkka off lane. Yeah, mid Kunkka seems the most likely.
Oh, wow,
unless they
that
want to run
was
mid Slog, but mid Kunkka, yeah, I think you're right about that. Probably mid Kunkka.
mid Kunkka against the Shadow Fiend. Okay, so they've got the two supports now here for S5. They've got the Repel. I mean, I was watching a YouTube video earlier this evening talking about the patches, and Omni received like some nerfs in certain areas, but the biggest buff that he received was actually the cooldown reduction on his purification from 10 to 9. I mean, that changes things quite a bit in favor of S5 at the moment.
Yeah, it went from 10 to 9. They did nerf the range of the cost of the purification, but I think it should still be fine for the support Omni Knight if he's going to be nearby heroes regardless. And CR are actually going to go for that last pick, hard carry Naga Siren, to try and stretch the game to the absolute max game limit. I don't know about Naga versus Slok though. Slok, Rubik, and Tidehunter can actually kill Naga Siren, because what happens is that you ravage into turrets, and by the time that Naga is actually active, most of her stats have been stolen away by the Essence shift from the Slok, so she can't actually even cast the ultimate because she doesn't have the mana pool to do so. So at that stage of the game, it becomes... I don't know about this last pick Naga. What do you think? I think the lane is also very difficult versus the Tidehunter for a Naga Siren.
I think the reason why Chemical Rage actually picked up the Naga was purely for Song of the Siren. It's going to be able to time out the Shadow Dance and be able to play around the Shadow Dance. So Shadow Dance almost becomes negligible, because what's going to happen is he's going to Shadow Dance, oh, Song of the Siren, wait it out, oh, now he's back visible again, and then the fight's going to continue. So I think it's just a way for CR to actually deal with the Shadow Dance from the Slok. But I mean, you pick up a BKB on the Slok, you pick up a BKB. I mean, if the Repel is already on the Slok, that's going to put their whole plan, like they're going to disrupt that entire plan.
Yeah, you're right.
What is English?
Repel with Slok is actually really good this game, because all the control that they have. The only BKB piercing stun that they have is the ensnare on Naga Siren, and Slug doesn't really care about that. He can pounce out of it and or dog tech through it. So in this game, if Slug is repelled and he's able to have the composure not to use a dog pack to get rid of the repel immediately, then he can pretty much solo kill Lion, solo kill Disruptor, and solo kill the Sand King if Sand King is already out of the Sandstorm range. So this is a very difficult game for CR, especially if Slock gets that early pickup of the Shadow Blade and or the Echo Saber. Actually, I think this is one of those games where Slock can go absolutely ham. So we should probably look towards Atomic Monkey and see what he's able to accomplish on this hero.
All right, well, for those of you that are just joining us, this is going to be game number 2 of Sini5ter Reborn versus Chemical Rage. We are one game up in favor of CR. This is going to determine whether we say goodbye to Sin5 or if we are going to say hello to game number 3. With that said, we've got Sini5ter this time sitting on the side of the Radiant. Just go and do the introductions quickly before the game does get underway. We have got Mr. Beckling on our Omni Knight. We've got Yo Source on our Rubik. We've got Hekatron Tonke. Okay, I'm also suffering with that name. We've got Fearbender going to be playing our Kunkka. We've got Atomic Monkey going to be on our Slark. And yeah, that sums up for the side of Sini5ter. Please do the introductions for Chemical Rage.
So on CR, we have a Batman on this hard carried Naga Siren. Thunder Buddy is going to be playing the mid. Shadowfiend, Zumorikato is going to be on the Sand King. We have Divine Intervention on the Lion, and Donkey Cat's going to be playing on this Disruptor. Speaking of Donkey Cat, his Disruptor is really good. I think it's probably his best support hero that I've actually seen him play. So I think it's either between that or Lion. So I'm looking forward to see what he's able to accomplish this game. So far, no one's actually smoking up. Everyone's just going to try and go for the standard rune trade. Radiant will get bottom, Dio will get top, and the game will get underway from there. I think the Thailander has to be careful though. If he comes too far out to try to contest or shoot, he could easily die versus these heroes that CR have on their lineup.
I mean, well, we do. The Disruptor hasn't actually upgraded anything. I mean, if he does get that Kinetic Field or Glimpse first, could be a bit of a problem here for the Tide. We do have the Spike coming out from Divine Intervention. So he's really looking to play a little bit aggressive, and pretty much Tide just giving it away for the side of giving it to CR, not being able to win a contest. So, yeah, one apiece. Fearbender going to be on that. Kunkka upgrades the Tide Bringer now as well. So I think Shadowfiend's going to have a little bit of a tough time mid here. They do bring Donkey Cut here to the mid to try and prevent any shenanigans, but already taking quite a bit of damage. Does actually upgrade his Thunderstrike just to make sure that he can try and zone out Fearbender. I mean, how do you feel this lane should go here for the side of Sini5ter here in the mid?
It actually would have been okay if it was just pure 1v1 Shadowfiend versus Kunkka. But now the fact that the Disruptor is sat around and allowed Shadowfiend to get a couple of stacks going towards his name, to accrue that damage. This lane is actually now impossible for Kunkka. Kunkka can't do anything here. If he comes close, he actually is in danger of dying. Look how much damage he's taking already. I'm sure he does have this Stout Shield, but Thunder Buddy is not going to have any qualms about doing as much damage as possible onto his Kunkka. So this lane should probably definitely go in favor of this Shadowfiend. It can still turn around once Donkey Cat leaves to try and roam around the other lanes. But I think even if Shadowfiend does mediocre, the main problem is going to be here bottom. Oh, they get this kill onto Sand King. And Zumonokato goes down. Sand King not being ready for the purification damage on top of the Slok. And I think this is the main problem for CR. This Slok lane, because Slok is very good against Shadowfiend. Very good against Lion and Disruptor. Decent against the Sand King. And alright versus Naga Siren. And if they're unable to get a beat on the Slok in the early portions of the game, by the time Omni Knight is ready to fully support the Slug, I think it might just be too late for CR. So this bottom lane, similar to last game, I think this rated bottom lane, they sort of have to address from the side of the Dire.
And what do you suggest they do? They sacrifice and they put Disruptor in the bot lane?
Yeah, just sack the Shadowfiend. Right now he's actually fine. He's got 12 Necromastery stacks to his name. He's got the additional damage. He now has some raises as well. Just rotate the Disruptor, bring him bottom. And just keep applying the Thunderstrike over onto either the Omni Knight or the Slok. Make farming difficult for these heroes. Because look at Slok right now. Slok, he is 6-4, sure, he's not the highest CS in the game. But there's going to come a point where realistically, these heroes from CR are not going to be able to actually kill the Slok. And when we get to that point in the game, then the victory condition changes drastically for CR, even though they have this Naga Siren. Naga might not actually be enough. Naga might get to a situation where she just dies solo to the Slok inside the Shadow Dance. So right now, rotate heroes down bottom, put pressure on Slog, make life difficult for him. Shadowfiend can catch up with the stacks later on into the game. And here in the top lane, there's not going to be any contest for our Batman. Naga Siren has had the perfect start. She is honestly fine, so I think they could even afford to put a full aggressive trident versus the Slog, stop him farming at any and all costs.
I mean, at the moment, Tide doesn't have any kill potential against Iron Batman, so I would agree with you 100%. Stick Divine Intervention, take the Disruptor, do what you need, and try and stop the Slog from farming, because, I mean, he's just going to start accelerating faster and faster. And I fear that as soon as you start getting that Echo Saber into the Abyssal or into your BKB, it's going to take a lot for CR to actually try and deal with the Slok. And I mean, that's even before we've even spoken about Fearbender. I mean, he's sitting at a core position, Kunkka. I mean, he picks up a Daedalus into Shadowblade, but top lane, Tide. Okay, no, he's just going to be able to walk it off. Not actually wanting to chase that down. Iron Batman actually just lets him walk it off and not being able to pick up that kill. But yeah, I mean, we've also got Fearbender that's sitting with a huge amount of damage coming out for the side of Sinister, and they wouldn't have even dealt with the Slog just yet.
So the way that Sini5ter set up their lanes, Fearbender is doing pretty well here in the mid lane. He's drawing even with the SF, which is something that's generally uncommon, especially when SF has this many denies over you. But nevertheless, he's doing okay. What's surprising me is the fact that this Tyrant in the off lane, he went for Iron Talent first, but he's still sticking in the lane. Normally when we see Tyrant go for the Iron Talent, he just makes his way straight into the jungle and tries to get far from there. But him sitting in the lane might sort of be a waste of his Iron Talent. We'll see how it works out for him though. He is still level 5 at the moment. He's probably going to put the third point into the Anchor Smash and later on the value point into Gush. And mid lane, Thunder Buddy might be in trouble, but there's no more X marks the spot, so he should be A-okay. They could probably get the kill onto Fearbender though if they glimpse him. Thunder Buddy does have 2 points into all his spells, so I think this is a kill that can happen. CR should not be scared. They should try and make this happen now while they still can.
I mean, Fearbender's still doing a chunk of damage. I mean, this is just the Tidebringer doing so much work to the SF in the background. I mean, he's sitting so far back and taking so much harass damage from Fearbender. I mean, even the Disruptor, if he gets too close, he's going to get chopped down to very low HP and potentially cause a kill there for the side of CR. So, I mean, very tough, but Disruptor sitting in between the mid and the bot lane, probably waiting for some action to happen, see where he can actually rotate into to actually provide assistance for his team. Sand King does throw down the sandstorm, but there comes the dust. This could turn into kill. There's the punch, going to be good. There comes the kinetic field, not going to be able to be good enough. Mr. Beckling repels himself out and actually just easy peasy, says the Sloggy. I mean, he picked up an easy kill there on the Sand King under their tower. And even with the Disruptor in hot pursuit, wasn't even able to save the Sand King. But top lane now looking to turn their attentions here to the Tide Hunter. Divine Intervention, taking the chunk of damage. The Tide not going to actually follow that out. Does throw off a couple of Anchor Smashes here. Divine Intervention coming back for the stun. And they may be able to pick up the Tide. He does throw down the one. Going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer. But going to try and work his attention here on Iron Batman. Sitting. The Ravage comes out all of a sudden. Surprise!
Nice.
And stun coming out from Divine Intervention. And Tide just says, yo, what's up, mama? And carries on farming. Doesn't even pay his attention to the line. And bringing down the carry for the side of CR, I mean, that is a huge blow for Chemical Rage at the moment.
It's a huge blow. They get the arcane boots now on Tidehunter. And as you mentioned earlier, sure, there's no real kill potential onto Batman under normal circumstances, but we saw Tide being perfectly content to commit the Ravage, get the kill onto the hard carry Naga Siren. And this is a hero that takes quite a while to get online. You need more than the Radiance, you need the Diffusal Blade and or TP Boots with the Manta Star before you really get underway as this hero. And Tide being able to stifle this aggression and get his Slog a better going forward. Bottom lane, actually, they're going to get the kill on the Sand King once again.
Sure, that the omniscience from the Omni Knight just too strong. Divine Intervention, TPing bot, not being able to get there quick enough to keep his poor Sand King alive. And now Yo-Yo Source trying to look for more. Yeah, it does actually... Doesn't have the telekinesis available just yet. Divine Intervention stuck in position. But Mr. Beckling says, yeah, have some purification and I will cleanse you of your sins. as you are on your way to hell. He's going to respawn in about 10 seconds, see if he can make anything happen there. Fearbend in the mid doing... I mean, we were talking about this matchup between the Kunkka and the Shadow Fiend, sitting 4 last hits behind the SF. I mean, not bad at all. I mean, okay, a lot of denies coming in place of the SF. So levels sitting a little bit more in favor of the SF. Let us just double check that. And I lie. Actually, the Kunkka is actually 1 level above the SF. So the Disruptor sitting mid lane with the SF actually hindered him a little bit.
Yeah, the way that the reason why SF is doing so well is because Kunkka, the way that you normally expect the lane to go as a Kunkka is that you want to get the first 2 levels unimpeded, and then from there you can get your farm. They might actually get this kill on Thunderbody though. It goes for the Requiem of Souls, going on to Fearbender. He will be torrented up, but they don't have enough damage thus far. They bring down Yo-Yo Source, so Yo-Yo Source is being brought down. Donkey Cat is there. They go with the sleep, catching 2. Impale thrown out by Divine Intervention, but the kinetic field will be there. And Fearbender in trouble, rooted to the spot. He will go down. No, the repel keeps him alive. Torrent now catches on to send the Shadow Fiend as well as the Disruptor. Torrent is down, and everyone's actually just gonna walk away. All that trouble for nothing. So it's all good actually in the mid lane.
Just easy resets. Tide still actually did have his Ravage. I don't know if it was just coming off cooldown, but the Disruptor being able to walk away with that rather easy for him. But now I'm Batman being chased down by Mr. Beckling. Not enough points in that DJ Aura to actually slow him down, so they're going to just call it off. He's going to return back to the lane. Mr. Tide, he's going to jump into the jungle, farm what he can. And I think a little bit of a precarious position here for the side of Chemical Rage. I mean, sitting with more lost hits on the side of Chemical Rage. I mean, I am Batman doing rather well, sitting with 46, same as what the SF sitting at the moment. For the side of Sini5ter, the closest is going to be Atomic Monkey on this lock. I mean, he's trying to make his way towards that Shadow Blade. We suspect he has got his trades as well as his Aquila up and running. So it's going to be a rather easy lane for him at the moment. I feel SK not doing enough to actually hinder his farm at the moment. But top lane, Ravage committed. They're going to try and find I Am Batman. There comes the Purification. Drops his HP quite a bit, but I Am Batman running for his life. He doesn't have legs, but he's running rather fast. They're trying to find more Divine Intervention. Can he get out? They're going to commit the Replicates. Throws down the net. They're going to actually be able to hold down the Tide. The repul's going to be good. Keeps him out of damage over here for the moment. SF trying to see if he can farm more, but they're just going to walk away. And Donkey Cut in hot pursuit here, throws down the kinetic field. Torrent's going to be good. Catches down the Disruptor. Is there more? There comes the Purification. Keeping the Tide alive with no HP. Brings on the line in the background. Fearbender bending the sides of Chemical Rage. Here comes the Requiem. Cancels the Requiem. Still does have the opportunity to actually use it, but they're going to say no, enough is enough. Donkey Cut. Is there going to be enough? 15 seconds on cooldown here for X marks the spot. Torrent not going to land, but Donkey Cut is going to eventually go and hit the deck. Limp's not working just in his favor and actually keeping Fearbender out of dodge. Sand King trying to see what he can get done. He does actually rotate up into the higher part of the jungle. But I mean, Fearbender doing a huge amount of work in this part of the game.
Yeah, this early game is going as well as could humanly be expected for Sini5ter. The only thing they haven't been able to do is actually secure objectives by taking down any of these tier 1 towers. And all these towers remain relatively healthy, with the exception of the mid tower, which is at half HP. But nevertheless, beyond that, Sini5ter, Fearbender's been able to get quite a lot more farm than I expected him to be able to. And now he's sitting just behind the Slog. Slog is going to go for that early Shadow Blade. Has the Claymore picked up already. You can probably have that sent over and then just get the completed Shadow Blade a little bit later. But the way that the game is being set up right now, CR are now already being forced into moving around as cohesive units. They know that they can't leave Nagaside by herself. Lion even is somewhat vulnerable. Batman might actually die here. He gets caught by the ghost ship. Oh my god, he's dead. Oh, he's fine actually with the sleep.
Dong does come out, keeps him alive, a little bit off target there. Divine Intervention throwing out that stun a little bit too late. But again, Mr. Beckling says, meet your Purification and hits the deck. The Nagasari going to survive. Torrent does find the Donkey Cut. Is it going to be enough? Glimpse going to pull him away. Just for the moment, we do actually have Ravage available in 2 seconds. This may be enough. Here comes the Burrow Strike from the Sand King. Sand King trying to see if he can farm more. No, there comes X marks the spot. Sand King, he's just going to get smashed down. Torrent going to get a latch. We do have a Tide. We do have the Anchor Smash available to him. and is able to actually bring down the poor Sand King. There comes a Ravage, does land on just Thunder Buddy. Thunder Buddy charging up that Requiem of Souls, doing quite a bit of damage. Torrent going to catch on two. They going to try and see if they can find more here. Omni Knight, he's in a little bit of trouble, does go down to the stun from the line. And now Fear Bender does actually go down to neutral. Creeps.
God.
How on earth do you do it, Mr. Bender? And dropping down the Shadow Fiend, Mr. Tidehunter, you absolute beast. But Donkey Cut sitting in the sidelines, very inconceivable, and instantly brings down. Was that a finger from... Oh no, I thought that was a finger from the Rubik. Rubik actually managed to steal himself some mana drain, but Atomic Monkey bringing down the line as well. They denied the top tower. So CR in a little bit of a precarious position. Things rather going well for the side of Sini5ter. And they seem to have found their groove, I feel.
Definitely. That fight could have gone extremely south for Sini5ter, but they were able to maintain their composure, fight as a cohesive unit, and just keep chasing onto these CR heroes. Kunkka did not actually die, so he didn't give away anything towards the CR side, which is exceptionally good considering how high net worth he is relative to the rest of his team. So I think one of the things that also happened in that fight, we got to see the full power of the Zombie Knight. He threw Repel once, and the heroes Repel, you just can't kill them at this stage if you're CR. Shadowfeet doesn't do nearly enough damage. Nagasign is still limited as a hero. Batman is getting closer and closer towards picking up that Radiance. He's 1400 gold away from having
Mid lane
the
though. Mid lane, easy work. Oh, I mean, that was pretty easy peasy. Atomic just Shadow Bladed up. So that's the reveal of the Shadow Blade. So now CR knows that we have the Shadow Blade on the field. This is going to require those supports to start getting those sentries and start putting their supports at a little bit of a disadvantage, having to prioritize sentries. Lion hasn't got his blink yet. So it's just going to keep the supports for the side of CR poor and more poor and more poor. There comes a glimpse. There comes X-Marks the spot on Donkey Cat. It's going to be enough. Tide does actually gas him out. There comes a telekinesis, and Torrent even not needed as Kunkka. Fearbender just gave them a piece of his mind, bringing down the poor Disruptor. And just something I want to go back to that previous fight that we had top. I mean, the Tidehunter held onto his Ravage for so long to use it at exactly the right moment. I mean, he was fighting for pretty much like 15 seconds before he actually committed Ravage. But now Batman, he's been spotted out. Superman, in form of the Omni Knight, spots him out, brings him down. And now we're sitting 15-3 at the 15-minute mark. They're looking for more Torrent. Not going to find the line, but they do find Mr. Zomoro Kato. And he's just going to be able to sand-stomp out. There comes the Burrow Strike. Does actually keep the Tide at bay for the moment. X marks the spot on our Sand King. They're going to try and bring him down in the back lines. Mr. Atomic Munty finding those supports that he needs to. And stun coming out a little bit too late there from Divine Intervention. And not getting enough down. Nugget's on the deck. Sand King's next to her. And buried on top of them all will be the Disruptor. Things looking very good for the side of S5 at the moment. I mean, compared to our first game that we witnessed, this seems like a completely different side that we are watching.
Yeah, this time around, it's Sini5ter that are taking the impetus in the early game, that are actually making things happen, and that are forcing movements onto CR. And CR are now the ones on the back foot. We see now Tidehunter has Blink Dagger, Atomic Monkey picks off a Shadow Fiend solo. And now he's level 9 on the Shadow Fiend, level 11 on the Slok. And this is one of the major problems of picking heroes like the Shadow Fiend, like the Nagaside. When your ultimates are down and you don't have TPs, you're extremely vulnerable to dying 1v1 versus a lot of these carry heroes that are picked such a Slok. So the way that Sini5ter are doing things right now, they're just never allowing CR a moment to breathe. I mean, look at this. They're going high ground when there's still a tier 2 tower to be taken. They were diving past the tier 2 when they're still a tier 1. So they're just putting on the max aggression, very confident in Mr. Beckeling's ability to heal their entire team. And Rubik has Power Strike, which is probably top 2 of the best spells that Rubik can have. So this is an incredibly tense situation for CR to deal with. And they still don't have this Radiance on Nagasai. This is one of the primary shortcomings of this hero. That sure, as the game goes ultra late, or later and later, this hero becomes a lot better, but in the early portions of the game, when you can't actually fight and your song is down, this happens, where you just lose it tier 2 and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's a huge problem that CR is sitting in at the moment. And I mean, that fight that they took mid, that wasn't even with the Rubik or the Slok. I mean, the kill potential coming out from the 3 heroes, the Fearbender, the Tide, the Omni Knight. I mean, they have got a huge killing ability between these three heroes. And then when all that's said and done, we've got the Slark that's just running around and picking off heroes left, right, and center. And I mean, does so much work against the supports for the side of CR. They don't have enough HP to actually withstand a full pounce, Dark Pact, and just a couple of right clicks.
Nope. I mean, Lion is 700 HP total, less than that. Disruptor is 800. Even the Sand King is sure 1140, but these are not very tanky heroes on the side of CR. So them being brought down low, especially the duration of a Ravage or a stun from of the Kunkka, is pretty plausible. And speaking of Kunkka, look at him right now. He's starting to build into, I would imagine, would be the crit stick. He'll pick up these blades of attack. And now he's going to TP top. He wants to be able to join the team for the on-swing push for the tier 2 tower at the top lane.
Well, the call is for CR to actually return. Atomic Monkey trying to see if he can find anything on the backlines. This will be massive. He do actually find the I Am Batman song thrown out immediately. Pounce holding in position just long enough. Tard trying to see if they can actually find more. Keeping him asleep and not being able to get that Ravage off. Keeping the side of CR in the game just a little bit longer while this is all going on. Shadow Fiend trying to see if he can find more here. I think he's actually finished up his Shadow Blade at the moment. It is being flown out to him now as well. Does have his TP. He's on 40-second cooldown, so his team gonna need him rather soon. But S5 looking to push more here, looking at taking down this tier 2 tower. Tard sitting quite far forward here. He's looking for the opportune moment to actually jump in. But CR looking at actually saying, listen, let's just give up the tier 1 tower and let's just make sure we can defend our top 3 tower, make sure all our abilities are online. Song is down for another 130 seconds here for the side of CR. So going to have to be very careful on how the side of CR actually determine how they wish to actually engage.
Yes, at the very least he is about to have the secret relic, which is nice. And from here on out, CR will have the benefit of trying to defend up only the high ground. That being said, we are 19 minutes into this game here, Juba, and all the tier 1s on the side of Sini5ter are still alive. CR has yet to take a single one. They're down to a final tier 2. It feels like a reverse of last game with different heroes, but the way that the overall game is panning out seems very, very similar. However, this time there is this ticking time bomb in the form of this Naga Siren, so we'll see if CR can actually make this game equitable, or this is just going to be a whitewash from the get-go.
No, I mean, Naga, she has actually brought up a relic, so things are looking a little bit better for CR at the moment, although what's not looking so good for them is looking at Tard's current net worth. Okay, I was actually going to ask you what he was actually going to go for. It looks like he's actually going to get the pipe. He's got the hood already. He's got the headdress. I was actually thinking he was going to maybe build towards the refresher. He had about 2.3 in the bank when I was going to ask the question, but obviously opting to deal with something that can actually work with the Epicenter, Reckoner of Souls. So, item choice, how do you feel? I mean, do you think double Ravage could have been a lot more beneficial, or do you think the pipe is going to be a lot more beneficial?
I think right now for Sini5ter, them having a single Ravage is more than enough to win a team fight. And with having Pipe as well, the majority of the damage that comes out from CR is Riptide from Naga Siren, the Epicenter Barrel Strike combo from Sand King, all of Lion and Disruptor spells, as well as the Requiem. So I'd say as far as 75+% damage of the CR lineup is magic at this point. So him having this Pipe of Insight, not only does it give him additional regen, which is very useful for a hero like Tide in this game, where he's opted to go for these very early arcade boots as well as the Iron Talent instead of going for anything like a 4-star. Now this allows his team to just never
this is massive. This
might be a huge Ravage.
Oh, not even necessary. There comes the Purifying Flames. The Requiem of Souls not actually being used out. They do catch Tide. There comes the Guardian Angel from the Omniarch, keeping him alive. Actually not even commending the Ravage just yet. He does now use it, catching 3 in the back lines. Atomic Monkey coming in from the sidelines. Surprising the Disruptor. The Song not coming out quick enough. And we've got the Disruptor hitting the deck rather hard. He's down for another 16 seconds. Torrent not going to find anything there on the back lines. We've got the Tide Hunter. He's actually being hexed up now at the moment. Thunder Buddy trying to look for more. Yeah, there comes the Ensnare. There comes the Requiem of Souls. Not doing enough damage, but there comes out the Finger. Not bringing anyone down. Epicenter doing a huge amount of damage, but going to not be able to bring down anyone. Divine Intervention may be able to walk away with his life, but the Tide Bringer from Fearbender, you absolute monster. The crit are really doing so much work. Puts himself with a 3k in his pocket. When I say 3k, I mean 3 kills, not 3k's worth of gold, but he is very close to 3k's worth of gold anyway, so that's why it could be very confusing. But the Naga has actually just picked up her Radiance, and this could be a little bit of a problem here. We've got Atomic Monkey trying to put a little bit of damage on this tier 3 tower. Do you think the tides are starting to turn? Do you think it will turn in favor of CR? They are sitting 24 and 4 after the 23-minute mark, but Radiance has just come online.
Yep, Radiance is up, and I've constant and see too many games with Naga Siren wins an impossible game to count them out. Sure, in that team fight, we saw the power of the Pipe of Insight as well, in conjunction with the Rubik null field. That's something I didn't even mention beforehand, but when I was watching that fight, I realized that CR was pretty much doing very little damage with their spells. And I realized that with Rubik as well as the Pipe of Insight, it's quite difficult for CR to take fights. However, this is Naga. And so Naga's going to go for TP Boots next, TP Boots Manta into the Octarine Core Diffusal. And at that point, it becomes increasingly difficult for Sin to take fights. And even to win the game, because their lineup is primarily based upon pickoffs and being able to take one huge team fight. If they draw even enough fights and have to try and fight again, Rabbit won't be online, Ghost Ship might be tenuous. They do get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend, and they might probably get a kill onto the Disruptor as well. Slog, will he get him? No.
I won't get him, and I mean, Slog carrying the dust, making plays himself, and I mean, he's playing the hero perfectly, getting those proper pickoffs that he needs to, and I mean, Shadow Fiend down now for the count, and that's a big kill. Let's not even forget about the Necro Mastery that actually aids him when he's alive. I mean, he was sitting on, I think, 36, he's sitting on 12, so he had 24 Necro Masteries. He went down, now he's going to build that all up again, but this is going to cost him the tier 3 towers. CR in a little bit of a problem here. In the back lines, Lion gets X-Master spot. There's the torrent, there's the boat, committing it for 1, bringing down the line. But that is a big kill for the side of Sini5ter, making sure they eradicate the supports here for Chemical Rage. Now Sini5ter gets caught out from the Ravage. 3-man Ravage coming out here. Strong of the Siren, not online. 8 seconds to go. 5, 4, and it's not going to be good enough. He's going to hit the deck. Unfortunate timing there for the Naga Siren, not having that song online. And there's not much that Mr. Sini5ter can actually do, sitting at level 8 at the moment, where even our Omni Knight support is sitting level 11. So under-leveled, under-farmed for the side of Chemical Rage, and it is visible in seeing what we've just witnessed.
So what happened in that fight was, honestly, I think a large part of what's happening in this game is symptomatic of what happens when you pick Shadow Fiend as well as Naga. Both of these heroes need things to go pretty much perfectly for them in the earlier portions of the game. And SF especially is not a hero that does especially well from behind. I mean, look at Slog just manning up onto his SF right now. They pop away the Disruptor with the stolen finger of death from the Rubik. Slog is just manning up on everyone. He's been in snare though. He might die here. He's gonna die. They're gonna lose Slog, which is a godlike streak going the way of Naga Siren. Honestly, that actually might just be the way for him to still win this game, because Naga doesn't really care too much about being 2 lanes of racks behind.
I mean, that's also a massive pick-off though. That is like 1,200 pieces of gold going in favor of Naga. Epicenter trying to find something they don't, unfortunately. Mr. Sini5ter doesn't actually have a blink. Mistiming there on the Song of the Siren, not being able to bring down any of the heroes from Sini5ter. The Slot going down to the right clicks of the Shadow Fiend, I mean, and eventually hit the deck from the Naga Siren. So maybe, I don't know, do you think it's maybe, you saying it's not too late, 2 Rexes down, Naga with Radiance? I'm not sure. I mean, they're going to be looking at taking tier 3 top rather soon, the side of S5.
I do agree that they could still just lose the game. Although, the reason I say this, I saw a game the other day with Team NP versus Team Liquid, where the Naga team got double Raxed at 18 minutes and ended up winning after about 78 minutes. So if there is a hero in Dota right now which can extend the game pretty much perpetually for you, it is this Naga Siren. I mean, look at the mid lane. So we saw this Naga Illusion pushing right over here where the Slok is moving around. And that's pretty far away from the base. Oh, Shadowfield's gonna die though.
It's good night, sweet prince. It's time for you to go nap. Actually doesn't have any dust this time around, and Thunder Bunny just going to be able to walk it off. Has actually got his Shadow Blade, so he's going to just get himself out of any bits of trouble that he does see. But I mean, Naga Illusions, I mean, another big factor that we now do have the Radiance up on the Naga is going to cause a bit of problems here for the Tide. He's not going to have his blink online all the time, always on that cooldown potential. But X marks the spot. There's the boat, going to land, and good night. SK was good knowing you, my friend. And one of their big team fighters is done. He didn't have Epi, but this is still going to leave an opening here for S5 to actually do a little bit of knocking here on the tier 3 tower. Here comes the Torrent X. Going to keep Thunder Buddy at bay for the moment. Divine Intervention, trying to see if he can find anything here on the back. Just mana drains Sphere Bender. Says you've been allowed too much free reign. Guardian Grease popped out. Torrent going to catch Thunder Buddy. And Song of the Siren now being used. Storm activated. Going to be disengaging Song of the Siren, but he drops almost immediately. Nugget Siren just not too tank enough yet. There comes a Ravage. Catches two. Lion pops like a zit on your face. But Requiem of Souls not going to catch anyone down there. Torrent comes up and he is going to hit the deck. And the boys from CR tap out as after the 28th minute into the game, sitting 34-5. Well done to the boys of S5. That means we are going to head off into game number 3. For all our Dota lovers out there, this is the dream. This is what we live for when best of 3s actually go to 3 games. But before we jump into game number 3, and for those of you that are still watching us in game, we will give them a little bit of a breakdown. How you feel? Where do you think CR went wrong?
This was a drafting loss overall. I think Naga and Shadow Fiend were a mistake. We saw that a lot of times CR would want to be more aggressive with their movement, but they couldn't, either because Shadow Fiend didn't have enough souls recruit after dying, or Naga just was not ready. So they had a lot of damage, but the heroes that they were relying on to do the physical damage just were not up to the task. And as a result, they ended up losing the game in pretty dominant fashion. Even though the game went 27 minutes long, I don't think there was ever a single 4 or 5 minute period of the game where it felt like CR were in control. They were always on the back foot from the get-go, and I think a lot of that has to do with the way that they set up their draft. So that probably has to change in game number 3, sorry.
Right, well, for those of you that are going to join us on the stream, we're going to go through a little bit of an analysis. Snare, if you can actually host the lobby in the meantime, and then we can just run through a couple of the certain item picks and certain things that actually put our friends S5 in the winning lead. Right, so we are back with some post analysis for you guys, just running through quickly what probably could have been CR's downfall, and just looking at our net worths at the moment. We've got a Omni that has about 8.8k net worth versus the mid SF sitting at 7.6. I think that was probably one of the big issues that the side of CR actually dealt with, as well as I Am Batman sitting with only 10k gold, where the Slark as well as Fearbender was sitting both on the 16k mark. So net worth's really showing the strength of the S5 lineup. I think S5 had a bit of an earlier draft that held or was more in favor of their plan.
So yeah, definitely the way that they set up their draft was able to capitalize on early game advantages a lot better. If we even look at the way that Sini5ter was moving around in the laning phase, even though Fearbender was the one sitting middle, for a large portion of the game, he was also one of the heroes that was rotating around, pretty much playing this sort of roaming / farming Kunkka, and always in position to help his team get kills. And we saw the one thing I didn't like about the way Chemical Rage did their thing is sure that they committed 3 heroes versus a Tide Hunter in the top lane. But Tide honestly had no worries. Like, Tide died once this entire game, and one of his crucial kills was able to get that Ravage kill onto Naga side in the earlier portions of the game. I think that probably completely turned the game around, because that was about 400 experience points before Naga side was able to get 6. And it delayed Naga side from getting 6, delayed Naga side from getting more gold towards finishing off for arcade boots, and just slowed the game down to a crawl for Chemical Rage. And the heroes that they have, Thunder Buddy on the Shadow Fiend, as well as the Naga side for Batman, these are heroes that need acceleration. Any sort of deceleration and slowing down from the enemy team can drastically change the entire outlook of the game. And we even saw that one pick-off that they were able to find on Thunder Buddy mid with the Slark. After Slark got that, he sort of became emboldened, and we saw him getting solo kills on the Shadow Fiend more than once. He just had 0 fear left. And if you give heroes like Slark and Fearbender Kunkka no fear, then this is probably the result that ends up taking place.
Yeah, I mean, it was a drastic situation, and I mean, they really did leave Slark alone for the majority of the time. And I mean, okay, now, let's just look at the big item pickups here for the side of CR. I mean, CR was really looking at playing around the Radiance pickup. At what timing should we expect a Naga to actually get a Radiance?
To be fair to him, he actually got a pretty decently timed Radiance. He got the Radiance, let me see here. He got the Radiance exactly at 22 minutes 17 seconds, which is actually pretty good. The problem was, it just wasn't enough. At that point in the game, he was probably looking to have the Radiance and the Yasha. However, the amount of time that it took for him to actually be able to get all these items, it meant that S5 was just ready to fight way too soon, way too often, and there was just no way for them to be able to deal with that. So Naga, I think he got a really good Radiant side, but it was just the wrong hero. I think Naga was just not the pick that they needed to be able to win this game.
Yeah, well, I think that's going to wrap up for the post analysis. I think Fearbender did rather well in the mid lane against the Shadow Fiend, even with the help of the Disruptor. I think the Disruptor stifling the level progression of the SF also put them a little bit of at a disadvantage. Just looking at what Thunder Buddy's level was compared to our Kunkka, you can see that there is a little bit of a difference there, causing a little bit of a problem there for the side of CR. But nonetheless, they were able to at least maybe get that Radiance up. The SK not being able to actually pick up his blink. I don't think he actually even did manage to complete his blink on the Sand King. He wasn't. He did finish the game with his net worth was 2.5 K gold. So really not being able to deliver too much from the team. Not even being able to actually hinder the Slark's performance. So I think that pretty much sums up this analysis. I think it was just Chemical Rage was looking to take it to more the late game, where S5 needed to finish it in the early game, which they did. And super unfortunate for CR, but fortunate for us because we are going to head into game number 2. So do not go anywhere. Go grab yourselves a quick cup of coffee. Go get yourself a drink, go get yourself a snack, whatever you need, because we are down to a 1 versus 1, and things are going to get rather interesting. Let's hope both teams know what to bring to the party. And from myself, Jabba, and Snare, we will see you in about 1 minute, I would say.
Yeah.
Awesome. See you guys now. Right, and welcome back to game number 3 of Sini5ter Reborn versus Chemical Rage. The quarterfinals, taking it to game number 3. We asked for Dota. We're getting Dota. We're getting some good action. But just before the draft begins, I got some news for you guys that Pulse Salt took the series off of Hive Dota. So the semi-finals will be between either Sini5ter or Chemical Rage, depending on who wins this game, will go against Pulse Salt. So this is the game to take them into the semis, and it is going to be a cracker of a game from game number 2. Sini5ter really showing us their dominance in their, well, I'd say the sub 30-minute game. And in the previous, in our first game, Chemical Rage doing really well to keep S5 at bay, but now the gauntlets are down. Both teams looking to get what they want out of this lineup. I mean, anything that we could probably expect from both teams, or do you think? I mean, we've seen like really heavy fighting teams from both teams in 2 different games, and it seems whoever plays the aggressor seems to be doing a lot better.
Yeah, both games that we saw in this series, it was the team that got going in the early game and the team that made the most out of the laning phase. So I think we're going to see a much more laning phase centric lineup. We might even see laning dominating heroes such as the Crystal Maiden, maybe even see the Earthshaker. I don't think we'll see Sand King. It lost 2 games in a row, so I'm not sure if that's something that they want to be going back for. That being said, though, I think one of the things that's been lacking for both sides, both teams, it's either been one team playing more for the late game and the other team playing super early game, but we haven't seen either team have heroes that can break up the momentum of the enemy team, with the exception of the Nagasai, but that takes a long time before it really gets online to be able to do so. So Shadow Demon's been banned out. We've seen Kuka be picked both games, but I'm really surprised we've just not seen Marana. This is the hero, I think, for either lineup. I think it's the hero that you need to be able to win against a team that's likely going to be rushing at you in the early game.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's those big contestive picks that we haven't really seen. I mean, generally we see like Elder Titan being fought over. We see the Morphling being fought over. We see the Shadow Demon. Okay, the Shadow Demon's been banned out, but we've got these big heroes that the teams are maybe sticking away from them on purpose, perhaps. But, I mean, Shadow Demon, Axe, Drow, Faceless Void. I mean, constant bans coming out from the teams. Shadow Demon being the first banned out this time around, not allowing that one to get through the pool. Even though it wasn't banned out in the previous game, Shadow Demon pretty much went under the radar, not really discovered by either team. And picking up that Tidehunter in the first phase for S5 seemed to do well. This time round, Centaur War Chief for Chemical Rage. Do you think we could see a Tiny like throwing in a Centaur? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, could we see it?
We could. The problem I have is that this hero is just bad. If you're going to pick Centaur, I don't know why you wouldn't pick Sand King, Slaughter, Axe, or Axe is bad now, Tidehunter, but I don't know why they waited for Centaur in particular. Maybe they were hoping to make use of this Centaur War and Ultimate. Once you have the Stampede going, one of the things that you can do, if you pick sort of melee-ish mid-heroes, such as PL or Juggernaut, which has already been picked up, then you can just rush down the enemy team. But now that they've got Omni Knight, another defensive hero, I'm not sure if it really synergizes that well with the Centaur. They could try and go for like an aggressive dual lane with these 2 heroes. I don't know about the Centaur though. I don't think they'll pick Tiny with it. Not up against the heroes that S5 have. Juggernaut and Tidehunter are very, very good against Tiny. Respectively, you have Omni Slash and Spin, as well as the Ultimate with the Kraken Shell as well to get you out of trouble if you get caught in the combo of Tiny. So if Chemical Rage are really crazy, you could still go for the Tiny Wisp or just Tiny in general. But I don't know about this one. What do you think of Centaur as a hero? I think the hero, I don't know, what do you think? Let me hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I mean, it's his R ability. I mean, he's, what do we even call it, Stampede. I mean, as soon as his Stampede's online, it's going to cause Sinister to play very carefully because, I mean, as soon as they engage on someone, they're going to throw down the Stampede, get their players out of dodge. Even when they want to engage, they've got that ability. But picking up the Omni Knight now quite early for Chemical Rage leaves a couple of options still open for them. I mean, they've got 2 melee heroes already, but I mean, but there's potentially that really synergizes nicely with CIs, those heroes. They can get close, get up in your face, and make those big plays. So we saw it do really well for S5 in the previous game. This time round, CR, they managed to get themselves the Omni Knight. We'll see what they decide to do. Let's just jump onto the bans quickly as they are coming out rather thick and fast here. This time, Slock being banned out for S5, banning out the Slock for themselves. Did really good work in the previous game. OD being banned out as well. The side of CR banning out the Kunka, so really respecting the Fear Bender and also banning out the Morphling. Now, if S5 managed to get their hands on that Morphling, I think it could also be rather devastating as well. So, I mean, the bans are rather expected. Nothing really out of the blue for them. But CR really surprised this year with the CW pickup. I mean, what could synergize really well with him?
5 seconds remaining.
Them going for the Centaur, what could work out quite well if they go for the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor with Centaur is actually pretty good. Once you get the double coconut and Maledict with the double edge, actually does a phenomenal amount of damage, especially once it hits level 4. But that requires very specific theory crafting from Chemical Rage. So I don't know, I want to see what they're actually going to draft here. I like the fact that Sini5ter banned out the Slock and the OG, both heroes that synergize quite well with the Omni Knight. We saw Slock synergy in the previous game. They go for Dazzle, their own defensive hero. So Chemical Rage doesn't have any insta-kill potential, and the fact that Axe is banned out. They've got one off-lane stun, and Chemical Rage so far, they need to get a little bit more control. So their support grabs are going to have to change somewhat into what we're expecting to pick up. They might go for Lion again. You know what actually I'd like to see? I would love to see a Bait elemental for Chemical Rage right now. Bait is super good versus Juggernaut. Decent in the laning phase versus Silence. You can just right click him down and pop up the Enfeeble or the Brain Sap to keep him on low HP. So I think Bait could be a pickup for them to get, but I'm not sure if they're going to actually grab that hero though. What do you think?
I actually do like that idea because I mean, if you put down the Nightmare, you got the Scent. He's going to run up. Well, let's not say run up. He's going to walk up. As soon as the hero's asleep, he's going to drop his Hoof Stomp, give off the double edge, and followed up by a Brain Sap, and that is a pretty dead hero. I mean, Dazzle, I don't think is going to be able to survive through that combo, and could really make easy meat of Dazzling the Razzling Dazzle. So that's going to be a little bit difficult for him to actually deal with. I mean, even the Juggernaut, once his Blade Fury is actually down, could actually be rather easy for them to just nuke down the Juggernaut as well, especially if his Omni Slash is down as well. But they've now got the Visage as well, so I mean, this is not a very common hero that we do see. I mean, he does have that chilling Grave Chill that's going to be able to slow down the heroes. They've got that Assumption that's just going to be able to throw at that huge amount of damage. He's got this Gravekeeper's Cloak, and it just absorbs so much damage as well from the heroes just being thrown out. But the Familiars is probably what is going to be the frustrating part here for S5 to deal with. I mean, he can basically send his Familiars over to Dazzle. They're going to do an incredible amount of damage and just be such a problem. Now, the Omni Knight PA, I mean, I was thinking about this when they picked up the Omni Knight. The reason why I didn't suggest it is, I mean, now they've got 3 melees. I mean, if Sinister actually pick up a Magnus support, do you think that's viable, a Mag support? Because, I mean, this could actually just wreck CR, I think. Even an Enigma, maybe.
I think they could potentially go for Magnus, put it in the support position. They could even put Tyler to support. But I think right now, honestly, C5 are perfectly fine on how the draft has gone because they see that there are 3 melee heroes on the side of CR. They've got this Visage as well, which sure, Visage can do a lot of damage with these Soul Assumption combo onto a hero to burst them down, but in terms of like actual lockdown and ways to control teamfights, CR actually doesn't do anything. So the heroes aren't that great for picking off because Centaur is not that mobile up until he gets a Blink Dagger, nor is the Visage, and they will struggle in the middle of drastic teamfights because of Tidehunter, Invoker, as well as the Dazzle. So I think Sini5ter are really happy with how this draft is panning out. I think they can go whatever they want as a last pick hero. It's not going to really bother them too much. CR are the ones that need to get a huge impact hero. I was actually going to suggest the Puck for S5, but CR grabbing the Puck means they have some silence. This is control, which is very good for them with the Dream Coil in conjunction with the Stampede to bring heroes in to try and finish off the Sinister5 heroes. But I just worry that they just don't have enough stuns. The laning phase is going to be super tough. Not being able to control Tidehunter, Juggernaut, or Invoker. These heroes are pretty much going to have as free a time as they really want to here in the early game.
Well, that's going to leave a position open here for S5. They need to pick up their lost support as well. We'll see what they decide to actually pick up. But as far as the bans go, the Alk being banned out here for S5 and the Witch Doctor being banned out here for CR as well. So that's pretty much all the bans done. The last pickup is going to be the line, something to actually deal with the PA. If they can actually avoid the PA with the repel, there's a lot of work that can be done. I suppose it's also good to be able to deal with the puck as well, to just try and lock him down. I mean, if he starts getting his blink Yule Scepter, that's going to be an absolute nightmare for the side of S5 to actually lock down. They don't have, if S5 don't have, well, didn't have until they picked up the line, too much lockdown. I mean, a big Ravage to be thrown out, and then the follow-up from the line. So I do like this pickup of the line, something that can actually help control the players from CR. What I do feel CR is lacking is like reliable stuns. The only thing that can really help them is like the Centaur stump, especially once he gets his his blink, excuse me. But I mean, other than that, they don't really have much to actually deal with the side of S5. So far, I'm favoring S5's lineup. How do you feel?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that S5's lineup seems a little bit stronger, or not even stronger, just it's easier to execute. And one of the things that we often discuss in Dota is, besides the relative strengths of a particular draft, how easy is it for them to actually make use of that draft? Because CR, sure, they have a lot of magical bursts. They've got some decent enough skill shot stuns with the familiar stun from the Visage, as well as the Dream Coil Silence coming out from the puck. Batman can just jump in and wreck heroes if he goes for the correct right click build. But at the same time, a lot of things need to go right for CR, whereby Sini5ter honestly can actually lose the laning phase and still come out ahead as the game starts to scale a little bit later, just because of how this drop from CR needs to pan out. So I favor Sinister. It's easier to do. There's a lot more room for error. If CR loses the laning phase, they actually can't win at all. The game becomes fundamentally impossible for them to come back into. So Sini5ter can make things happen in the early game, but doesn't look like they have the items to make it happen. Mr. Beckeling is definitely going for this pure laning support build, as well as Yo-Yo Source, who's got the double wards, as well as the smoke back at base. So it's going to be a very standard laning phase here. They probably could kill a Tidehunter if he comes too close. They've got a lot of slows for him. They've got the Great Leap. You've got the Solar Substitute bursting down magically. But it's still a very, very, very hard game just based off the drop for Chemical Rage. So they have to play pretty much perfectly from the moment go.
I mean, I feel that if PA doesn't get a good start, it's going to be very difficult for her to get in the game. The only thing that's really counting in their favor is that the PA actually has a free BKB in terms of the repel from the Omni. So I think that's the only thing that's going in favor of CR at the moment. But obviously CR have a bit of a plan. They've got, you can't count them out of it. This is just our opinions that S5 have a little bit of a better draft. And like you said, easier to execute. And I mean, that's what it's about. If I mean, we saw in the previous game how, we did see in the previous game how the Lion was missing his stuns due to the Song of the Siren. But top lane, the two supports just making easy work here of Zamaru Kato, actually deciding to level up his return damage. So as the supports actually right click him down, they will take some return damage there from our Centaur Warrunner, the horse, as a couple of our international casters like to call him, the crazy horse.
I don't know why they didn't go for Slaughter though instead of this Centaur, because he's going for this level 1 return, but that actually functionally means he cannot actually trade any sort of damage with these supports. He can't run up to Dazzler and hit him with a double edge, can't do the same to Lion. He has to sort of sit back. So he's going to lose out in terms of what he's supposed to try and achieve in this laning phase, which means a late level 6 it might only come out at about 10 minutes instead of at what he needs it to be, which is 5 or 6. And look how much damage he's actually taking. He's being body blocked right now beautifully by Yo-Yo, so he's actually going to die here. First blood for the Dazzle here in the top lane. Sure. And it's a Centaur that goes down. And this is not a hero, again, that can catch up very well from behind. He has not gone for the Iron Talon. Hasn't got any points into the double edge, so you can't even use that to try and catch up from the neutral stacks. So this game has just become a lot harder for CR just based off that one death.
And I mean, while that was going on, even in the bot lane, the Tide also almost just going down as well. But obviously a little bit more tankier. Mr. Tide being able to survive through that onslaught. Mr. Tide, can he steal that bounty? And he does. And the race to the finish line is won by Mr. Tide, Hunter himself. Thank you, Cut. He's not giving up. He's just going to chase him down. Just to say, listen, bro, you won that race, but I'm going to give you a little bit of love.
Some love, yes. Let me say hello. Here's a hammer or two.
Let me give you
He's
some
actually
love.
forced it back. That's actually very good from the Omni Knight. Donkey had forced his Titan Hunter back all the way to base. So even though he got that body root, he's going to have to heal up before he comes back into the lane. Just buys time for the PA to be able to get this farm. Visage has now cracked level 2, so it's even harder for the Titan Hunter to come back into the lane. So far it's actually going alright. It's not great for either lineup. But Sini5ter, again, they have an easier lineup to execute. They did get the first blood. And Juggernaut and PA, both these heroes are free farming. Who do you like more between these heroes in terms of getting absolute free farm?
You know that that Omni Slash is just so strong, but it's going to force Jugger to actually pick up an MKB. So I feel that if the Jugger picks up an MKB, it sits in his favor. If he doesn't, and the positioning from the PA is good and around creeps generally, then I'll favor the PA. So I think it really comes down to the positioning from the both players. But generally, once off, the crits coming out from PA, the coup de grace, I mean, that is just absolutely ridiculous. So I'm a PA player generally. I'm not a very good Jugger player. But I just enjoy Jugger nonetheless. But PA, I mean, that Stifling Dagger, I mean, he can... There's a number of times where I picked up a double kill because I see a support about to kill a hero, throw up my Stifling Dagger, get the last right click on another hero, and double kill. So never count out a PA. That's all I can say.
PA farming very well here in the bottom lane. Nice ward was placed out by the side hunter. Donkey Cat does not have sentries, nor does Divine Intervention has one. He might be able to guess this through him. Let's see if he actually checks for the stack itself. But something else that I think is very interesting that's going to pan out in this early game. This mid matchup between Invoker and Puck, very rarely nowadays do we actually get to see true 1v1 matchups. And it looks like it's going to pan out that way in the mid lane. So Invoker thus far is winning it slightly over this Puck. And now that he's getting more levels, I think this becomes extremely difficult for the Puck. Because generally we're used to seeing that when you put Puck in the mid lane versus Invoker, that they both draw even. Puck gets level 6 and then with a +1 rotation they kill Invoker. Now this game though, Puck is keeping himself even by himself, but still Fearbender is doing very well. About to crack level 6. They haven't come to try to kill him just yet. He's got this Hand of Midas almost finished. Oh, he got the Gloves of Haste. Still needs quite a bit of gold before he has a completed recipe. But beyond that, I think this mid lane matchup, I want to see who's going to try and rotate out first and have impact in the game. Because if Puck moves away first, that means that Invoker's going to have a lot more time to try and free farm things up. Maybe get involved with a Sunstrike or two, which I haven't really seen committed just yet, based on the balance of the lanes. But I think it's so far going, it's super close here in the mid lane.
Top lane though, they do find a Mr. Komodo Kotato, known as our Centaur Warren, a 3-man stun. Oh my gosh, the luckiness that comes out there. Atomic Mangi going to be able to right click him down, and beautifully done there from the side of S5, being able to run around and catch him there as well. Puck getting that kill in the mid lane, bringing down Fearbender, and I mean, we were speaking about this a few seconds ago. He gets a solo kill off onto Fearbender. I mean, that is phenomenal. That is the best thing that could happen for the Puck at the moment.
Yeah, he had this DD rune active on him, so was able to completely dominate the Invoker, and he did this without boots here, Juba. How the hell do you kill Invoker without any boots to your name as Puck? That was phenomenal play from Thunder Buddy. So now he is a level up on this Invoker. Invoker's going to come back to the lane a full level behind. He's going to have to try and farm to make up the deficit. I mean, sure, they've gotten some kills onto the Centaur, but okay, actually, never mind. I was about to say Centaur might be okay, but he's only level 3. He's about to crack level 4. The game is not going exactly as you would have predicted it, but Puck might be able to pave the way for them. He's got full power traits coming out to him right now, which means that the build up towards his Veil of Discord is going to start happening. And something we didn't mention here, Juba, is the fact that with Centaur, bottom lane, they get the kill on Visage, very nice for them. But with them having access to the Centaur and Puck, it means Puck doesn't need an early Blink Dagger to make the engagements happen.
Oh, I'm Batman in a bit of problems here. 2-man coil being snapped out. Soyo Source trying to find something on the back of this. They're trying to focus on Iron Batman in the back lines, but the Tide, he's trying to smash down the Thunder Buddy on the puck. I'm Batman, jumps back into the fray. He's just going to TP out, and he's not able to TP out. So lucky for the side of CR, but now Soyo Source, he's the last one to go down. Donkey Cut just actually throwing it down there. So 2 going down for the side of S5, just of the cost of the Visage in that earlier engagement. And I mean, we were speaking about it earlier, and I mean, this is exactly what CR need to do to actually get into the game. They're now sitting 3-3, and all that advantage that they had is now, I feel like, lost. Let's have a look at what our net worth difference is. It's only 500. Okay, that is nothing at all. And XP also around about the 500 mark. So things looking rather close for both teams at the moment. And Sunstrike, am I going to land? And does not. Mr. Zamoro Kato actually decides to change directions. Very low HP now, but Sunstrike is down. Going back to the mid lane, where we saw Thunder Buddy picking up with that solo kill on Fearbender. I feel that a puck actually wins the lane against Invoker. Not by much, but he does win it just because of that phase shift. I mean, he can negate quite a bit of damage just by being able to phase shift out. I mean, you saying it's a little bit of an equal lane?
Yeah, it should be, but it's now definitely in favor of the puck after that earlier solo kill. Ooh, is this not? Okay, gonna be fine.
Tied. Oh, I don't know if you saw that, but Tied being able to TP out.
That's what I was looking at. I thought they were gonna be able to kill him, but unfortunately they just didn't have the chops. This offlane game is just very hard. Level 4 for both offlaners, actually level 5 for the Centaur. He's overrun the Tidehunter in terms of levels, still behind him in farm a little bit. But now they're pushing Tier on top, and they're still on that Stampede. They still don't have any ways to actually kill Juggernaut, who is going for this Yasha build. I think generally, like we said, we normally prefer the Battle Fury build in a lot of these games, but I think in this game, knowing that there's an Invoker with Midas, I think he can definitely make more headway for his team as the fighting hero by going for the Manta Diffusal route.
I think it's also the Repel. I think it's the Repel reason.
Definitely. You need Diffusal Blade versus Omni Knight. There's just no way to play against this hero without it. Invoker's not going to build Diffusal. So you need Juggernaut to get this ASAP as soon as he finishes off his Yasha. Maybe even, he might even not go for that Manta Star, just go straight for the Diffusal Blade to deal with this Repel. But what worries me here is, as well as CR being able to bring things back here in the mid lane, sure, in the mid game, it's still even. And I think Sini5ter probably gets away with a more even game than CR does.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, CR really have to pull out a miracle to actually like really get the advantage, to get their own advantage. I mean, the Centaur hasn't brought too much to the fray just yet. He's only got his Tranquils. And I mean, what I'm afraid of, I mean, look at the stack that's actually sitting here at the moment. I mean, I don't see much of that happening for the side of CR at the moment. So, I mean, the Juggers farm is just going to excel very, very quick. Now they're looking at making a bit of a play here in the bot. We've got S5 trying to rotate in here. I am Batman, sitting quite far forward. But there we go. Invoker finding out Divine Intervention. He needs to do some praying so he can get some of the Divine Intervention. And this could be one dead Visage. And Sunstrike does actually miss. Well, did it actually miss? Or was that just... Was it the tower that actually got it? I thought so. There we go. Level 6 on the Centaur Warrunner. And it's been used to disengage. But Atomic Monkey just going to be able to phase up. Going to be able to catch him down. Omni Slash is offline. But he's just going to Blade Fury it up. So the Stomp doesn't actually keep him down. Now we've got the puck jumping in. Finds Mr. Beckling. He's going to go down now. Atomic Monkey trying to find more. The Sunstrike not going to actually land. Mr. Thumbuddy just being a little bit too greedy there. Actually keeping him alive this time round. So whoever says greed doesn't pay, Mr. Thunder Buddy disagrees with that.
Greed is good, man. He played Dota 1. And they get a solo kill on Omni Knight here in the bottom lane. Ravage was committed. Now they're going to try and bring down this PA. One more shot from the tower. Double kill for the Tidehunter.
Absolutely worth.
Oh, hashtag worth. The Ravage catching on to 2 heroes, bringing down the safe lane. And more importantly, that's experience for the Tidehunter from the Omni Knight kill and more aggression for the PA. So she has phase boots and a ring of health with the Blightstone, whereas the Juggernaut here sitting on 1200 gold, the completed up Yasha, can start farming into more items. I mean, look how far PA is behind the Juggernaut. About 1200 gold behind her, a full 2k gold behind the almost 2k or 1000 gold, sorry, behind the Invoker as well. Even Puck is starting to outstrip this hero, and Puck doesn't have Blink Dagger yet. He's gone for this Veil build, but now the concern is when Stampede is down, I mean, it's only down 5 more seconds, sure, but how else do CR start fights apart from the Stampede?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. They don't have that initiation that they need so badly in terms of the pack. Bot lane, no, here comes Thunderbird. He throws down the Veil. Going to try and bring him down. The silence is going to be good for the moment. And just going to be trying to throw out that anchor smash. And he does actually hit the deck. Dazzle, actually not even wanting to show his face. He didn't even try and throw out a grave to keep him alive. And now they're trying to look for more. They've got 4 players here for the side of CR. Trying to put pressure on this tier 1 tower. Maybe Batman, he decides to jump. There comes the weave. Dazzle going to keep himself alive long enough with the grave. Instant TP out. Is it going to be enough? And it is going to be good. He does make it home. And Dazzle being able to survive through that. While that's all happening, the two players here from the side of S5 trying to push down mid. Or at least put a little bit of damage on it. But here in the top, Atomic Monkey just doing atomic things and smashing down this big creep stack that's been collecting here for him. Something I want to jump onto quickly. On our PA, she's opted to get the Vanguard first. How do you feel about this, Jen? I don't see it too often going the Vanguard first. Generally, it's either Vlad's or Deso first. Vlad's kind of shows... Yeah.
I like Vanguard first because... Or actually, I like it in certain games. So in this game, the reason why I went Vanguard first, he understands that the job of the PA in this game, in general, when you normally pick PA, you want to be able to just one-shot these heroes and, you know, jump on them, they die immediately, and then you back away. But he recognizes that in this game, it's unlikely that he's going to be able to do that because he's the only physical damage dealer on the team. So he's trying to go for the route where he's just able to keep outputting more general damage rather than immediate burst physical damage. So he goes for this Vanguard. He understands that there's an Omni Knight behind him. He just wants to never die. And as a result, he'll always be able to have a dagger available, be able to jump on heroes and do more damage. And so this item is generally very good up against the Manta build that Juggernaut will go for. And Juggernaut is going for that build. He has the ultimate orb heading for him right now. So PA is sort of playing for the, I wouldn't say the late game, but it's pseudo late game going for this Vanguard first. He understands that just don't die and eventually you'll catch up to the Juggernaut, even though the laning phase didn't really go too well for our team.
Alright, well, let's see if it pans out. Look, I do like the Abyssal pickup. And it kind of shows and reveals a lot of his cards saying that, well, I'm going to get the Abyssal one day. So that Blade Fury that's going to be being able to save the Jugger, potentially, is now going to be a big... so it's going to be negated with that Abyssal being available to him.
Yeah, Abyssal Blade is definitely the pickup for him at some point. Good against Juggernaut, good against the Invoker. Just good item all around for PA. And so, what does she have coming to her now? She's gonna go in for the Desolator next after picking up this Vanguard. So she just wanted to be able to have some sustain instead of picking up the Vladimir's offering, which is not an item that she has scaling potential in the later portions of the game. Because like you mentioned, most PAs go for the, if they want to get a defensive item, they go Vlad's first. However, it doesn't really transition into the later portions, and he wants a Abyssal Blade at some point. So he goes for this, now he has a Deso, as the Manta style is picked up by the Juggernaut, who's sitting now with Omni Slash, is waiting for the Centaur to come too far forward. This might be the death of the Centaur Warden, as Zumarikato had to really be careful. If he comes forward, he will die. If he tries to go to Secret Shop, fortunately, he will go back home. Yeah, he's fine. He should be okay.
Well, what do you think about the Manta pickup as opposed to the Diff Blade first?
I think it's fine to have the Manta first in this stage of the game. Because Juggernaut actually, something that's really weird, he actually has never seen the Omni Knight. Like, I don't think this entire game Juggernaut has actually been on the same screen as the Omni Knight, so he probably perceives that this is going to be the trend for some time to come yet. So as a result, he can sort of stay frosty, doesn't really have to worry too much about what's going to happen, just not allow himself to get caught out. That being said though, a 3-man smoke, they're going to go for a fight right now. Stampede will be popped out, and Omni Knight's still alive.
Oh, there comes a beautiful coil, catches out 3 of them, and now the Ravage being used up by Tide. The Grave is going to be good. It does keep him alive a little bit longer, but the Centaur does hit the deck. Lion Tide down for the count. Going to be also translates into the Des as well. Actually graves himself out. He's going to TP himself out, but here comes Atomic Monkey. Going to see if he can find anything over the back of this. Does throw down his Omni Slash, bring down Visage as well. Now they're trying to work on the puck. He's actually just able to dodge around. I am Batman picking up the kill on the Jugger. That is a big kill for the PA, picking up the core there. Now Fearbender, it's time for him to get out, and he does make it out. That Stifling Dagger just a tad too slow, and with the luck of the PA guards, probably would have been a crit Stifling Dagger as well.
That was a fantastic fight for CR. So how it broke out, Chemical Rage was able to spot out the movement underneath the smoke rotation, because Invoker was the only hero that wasn't smoke, and he walked right past this observer ward. So CR was able to set themselves up beautifully for a fight. As soon as the Hex went onto Omni Knight, they were able to stampede away, put the Omni Knight on the far side of the fight. So he came back with the Guardian Angel Purification, and as a result, CR Sini5ter didn't have the chops to be able to finish off the fight. Sure, they threw out all the ultimates. There was a Ravage, there was an Omni Slash, but it just wasn't enough. So CR have bought themselves some really crucial time, and we saw in that fight just how unkillable Batman is right now with this Vanguard, as well as the value point into the blur. It's exceptionally hard to actually kill this PA, and now that she has the Desolator, she can actually just kill you. So I think that one fight might have set back Sini5ter plans to try and invade the CR side of the map by at least 10 to 15 minutes.
I think also one of the big plays at that point, that was the reveal of the puck blink. I mean, he was able to blink in there, drop that coil, and then it caused absolute devastation for the side of S5. Not being able to actually run away, disengage, or reposition themselves, and it caused a little bit of a problem there for them as well. So knowing that the puck actually does have the blink available now on the puck, could actually maybe change one or two things here for S5. But so far, I think CR doing well to actually keep themselves in the game. And I mean, just looking at the net worth, I mean, it's almost zero. I mean, that's almost negligible, sitting under the 1K mark. Experience sitting under the 500 mark. I don't think you'd ever see a game this close at the 19-minute mark after a game. There is zero, pretty much zero XP difference.
Yeah, this game is about as close as it can be. There's two tier 1 towers still available for Sini5ter. There's still one available for CR, but the balance of the overall game, even though Invoker has Midas and Juggernaut's able to farm like he does, it's a super close game. And the gap is slowly but surely being closed by Batman between himself and the Juggernaut. He's right now only 500 gold behind instead of 1,000. He is falling further and further behind this Invoker as a result of that hand of Midas. But all it takes is a couple of lucky crits and he can bring down this Invoker. And at that point, if he gets that bonus gold that the Invoker's gotten on himself, it really can turn the game around. And we see now Smoke, 4-man.
Stampede committed. They're going to bring down the Dazzle very quickly, going in favor of the Centaur. Double Edge making easy work of him as well. And I mean, probably not the high prized pick off that you'd want, but they do bring him down, and with that opening, they have to use a glyph in the top tower. Tide's forced back. So a nice pick off, I would say, for the side of CR. Not the perfect target. I mean, we had Invoker very close by. That would have been an absolute perfect target. But now Invoker's sitting with 2.2k in the gold. Are we going to see him go for Yules, or do you think we're going to see him pick up his Ags?
This should be an Ags game. He definitely needs the Ags versus the PA at some point, having the deafening blast to be able to silence and disarm the PA. That being said, he did go for the Blink Dagger right now, wants to be able to jump in on the backlines and shut down one of these heroes immediately and get the combo out. He's pushing bottom right now. He actually should be super lucky. He should feel super lucky, because had they been able to kill him instead of the Dazzle, that definitely would have been a Roshan that would have been lost. And now top lane, Atomic Monkey was jumped on by Thunder Buddy, but there's no kill potential here. They might lose this Dazzle though. But I think Sinister should probably make it out okay, and they're going to get the tower trade. Fearbender's pushing out this tier 1 tower bottom. He's got the drums. He's actually gone for a very early centric build. He wants to be able to fight right now with his team. He's got TV boots, Blink Dagger with the Drums of Endurance, very mobile, to be able to like jump around with his team. He could potentially go top if Juggernaut feels like wanting to defend this as well. But it looks like Sini5ter are pretty content to just let this tower go. Get the Diffusal Blade on Juggernaut, get as much push onto the Invoker as possible into his next major item, which it looks like is probably going to be the Aghanim Scepter. He's heading the courier towards the Secret Drop to pick up the point booster. So I think Sini5ter, the game is not yet in truly concerning territory, but it can easily become that way if this PA goes for the BKB, which he is going for. Ogre Club picked up on her, and once she has BKB, Sini5ter will find their ways to fight this hero very limited. Now they're gonna go on this PA though. She's hexed up. This stun might come out. There was an ice wall. There is a finger of death available. They will commit it. Will they be able to get this kill? Sunstrike will not connect. I'm Batman. Will survive thanks to level 3 blood. The counter initiation will be there.
As the Centaur gets that blink, gets that stun, makes and he drops rather easily. So, I mean, the counter potential here from CR, not being able to actually get the kill on massive and potentially time they engage, they have the potential to actually turn it around and actually get that.
Yeah, definitely. So one thing that is kind of scary right now, for the way that they've decided to actually set up this game, is so we look at this Dazzle. Oh wait, the engagement, Dagon used, Dazzle goes down, and he's dead. I was about to say that they need something on Dazzle to be able to negate the armor of some of these CR heroes. Perhaps they get the Medallion of Courage on Dazzle, or at least a Glimmer Cape. However, Dazzle's just having the roughest of rough games. He's only died 3 times, sure, but it doesn't feel like he has any real impact in this game apart from being able to grave some allies. All these heroes from CR can effectively solo kill him if they fight him in the right position, with the exception of the Omni Knight. So it's a very, very hard game to be playing a 5 position Dazzle. And now the push will recommence from CR. They can throw out these birds just to scout out the movement from Sinister5. And they're gonna buy the triple smoke with Divine Intervention. He understands he needs to be able to do something. Sinister5 are gonna smoke themselves. Who's got the smoke? So Yo-Yo Source has got it. They're gonna maybe go for Roshan here. But they might just try to take an engagement. And it looks like that's what they're gonna try to do. Gonna maybe try and pick off the PA here in the mid lane.
Actually find Divine Intervention. They do also find the Centaur. And Omnislash actually committed the Ravage, not connecting on anyone. That was maybe a bit of a whiff. They're trying to farm more. They pick up the Visage in the backlines over here as well. Now only the PA and the Puck trying to defend mid. Omni Knight sitting in the jungle, trying. Yeah, this could be an opening for them to actually push this tower. That was a kill that was desperately. Back tie on the board, 12 and 12 after the 24-minute mark. This could be an opening. Yeah, big crit coming out from the PA, doing 667 crit damage. But now we've got the coil being dropped down here from Thunder Buddy. Can they farm more? Atomic Monkey does actually phase shift out. There comes the Manta, but he's undead. Pakarooni, Manta, too good. And Familiar's been killed in the back line. Omni Knight's trying to get his ass back to base. He needs to go back to base. His mana now, Starting Dagger dodged out there from the side. Batman, here comes the initiation stomp. Oh wow, that is a big stomp, catching 3 from the side of S5. There comes the finger from the line, doing quite a bit of work there on the PA. He's going to have to retreat back to base. So will the Centaur. Nice little grave coming out from the Dazzle, keeping the Jugger alive a little bit longer. But now Donkey Cut, he's trying to run away from that little precarious position. Now a big crit coming out from the PA, dropping the Tide. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beckling, he's the next to hit the deck. And Mr. Poor So Yo-Yo Source, he's about the dust, dealing 868 damage for the PA. And never count out the PA, my friend.
Yep, PA is one of those heroes that if you are unable to deal with this hero from the onset, that's what can happen. So initially they were not able to find the burst onto PA because she escaped as a result of having that blur evasion. And then she just came back and absolutely wrecked these heroes. And we saw there in that fight the effect that Vanguard might have. A lot of the right click damage that she was taking honestly was just negated. And when she just left the fight for a little bit, it almost looked like she was a slog. She just regened so much HP so quickly and then came back, turned around, and the fight was essentially lost for Sinister5. So now there's a BKB on PA as well. Batman is crazy difficult to kill. 25% evasion, 50% evasion with 13 armor as well as 1600 HP. Sinister5 will pretty much have to commit the entire Invoker combo to get this kill. They almost bring down this Centaur one now. They're going to do so with the Tornado and the Meteor. And that's actually a good kill to defend this tier 2 tower. It isn't deny range, should probably just deny it. Visage Familiar can probably get it. BKB now pumped by the PA. She's manning up, brings down the PA. Now we're going to see Ravage catching 2 up. Batman falling super low. The Ravage will be there to keep in position. He blinks away. Divine Intervention falling low as well. The Anchor Smash will bring him down as well. They're going to be chasing out Batman. Anchor Smash gets the kill. It's going to actually be Fearbender with the ultra kill on Invoker. Juba, what the hell just happened? Fearbender just went absolutely ham over CR.
I know S5 strategy. I know what they're trying to do. I figured it out. They pick up a Jugger.
What's the play?
They pick up a Jugger so that the entire CR squad decides, no, we have to kill the Jugger. And then Fearbender's just like twiddling his fingers. That's right, my boys. Go after the Jugger so I can rip you apart. And I mean, that is your target for the side of S5. You need to bring down the Jugger. But now, Fearbender has now marked himself as the next 5. So that strap may have worked that time round and got himself a beautiful ultra kill. But now realizes that he's painted a target on his back and going to be a big problem here for the side of CR. Down now as well. But I mean, it worked that time round. Full 5-man team wipe, bringing down their team. I mean, that is what S5 needed. I mean, now Fearbender sitting top of the charts, now followed by I Am Batman, then from the Jugger. I mean, it's getting to the point where, I mean, I feel that he can really control it. He hasn't, as soon as those BKB charges start clocking down for the PA, it's already on 9 seconds now. A couple of more fights like that where she has to expend it. Be able to throw down that deafening blast, disarming the PA completely.
Oh no, they smoke underneath an observer ward. Ah, that sucks. That sucks.
Radiant's
This means Invoker's going to be able to push down at bottom, and like you said, the fact that he has this Aghanim Scepter now on this Invoker is much more of a threat. Very difficult for them to kill, even with this BKB on our Batman. The game just has become exponentially more difficult, and they're going to try and make things happen, but these Sini5ter heroes, everyone's just sitting very, very safe. Sitting in space, sitting in the trees. The scan will come out, but it's going to miss in its entirety. So the Radiant do not know what's going on. Sini5ter threw out their scan as well, so dual scans from both teams, not really holding water for either. And now they will... Sini5ter will try and push this tier 2 tower bottom with Fearbender. He might actually be able to get this, but he TP's out right now, having drawn the entire 5-man back to the bottom lane.
That was beautiful. I mean, if you're not farming and your team is farming, I mean, that is a win. So Boka sitting by to drawing the entire team, the entire squad from Chemical, not being able to pick up a kill. Just as long as your Jugger's farming, as long as he's getting a little bit of income, I mean, that's a how deep these wards are. Farming of the PA is kept to a... You can find a PA at this point. This is go. This is go, baby.
Yeah, if they could, they probably would want to just jump on her immediately. She's going for the Basher, which she'll have pretty much now. Once he brings down one of these small little creeps, and she'll have it immediately after that. The wards that Sini5ter have, they're scouting out the entire movement around the ancient stacks and on the Radiant side of the jungle, but their wards are expiring, and they need to be able to get new vision here, and they don't have any control over the Radiant jungle. I mean, sure, this bottom tier 2 tower is just in deny range, literally on the cusp of deny range. However, Sini5ter, their work's not done just yet. The game's been going relatively well for them, but it's still super close, and I was actually expecting that Sini5ter's lineup would be further ahead at this point. But then again, as we said earlier on, the CR draft is contingent on them not making mistakes, and honestly, they haven't made any major mistakes. That fight that happened top wasn't necessarily a mistake, it was just a massive outplay from Fearbender. But so far, they've been playing this lineup as well as can be expected. The second in net worth is still a Phantom Assassin. Punk is doing relatively well, building into the Max Dagon, into the E-Blade. Even the Centaur, I mean, he's not doing as well as Tide, because, you know, that's Tide Hunter. But he's doing his job. Every situation where he's been needed with the Stampede, he's been available. He's always been on point with the who stops catching at least one hero that's crucial. And he's now building into this pipe of insight. So once he has the pipe, he knows that there's less damage coming in from the Invoker, the Tide Hunter, as well as the Lion. So I think CR, even though they are somewhat on the back foot in terms of taking tower advantages, they've taken tier 2 middle, they're about to lose tier 2 bottom to a deny, I would believe. But I think the game is still honestly too close to call. I'm not even sure where this is going to be in the next 5 minutes, let alone at the end of the game.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at Lion's progressions. He doesn't have his blink yet. $500 gold away from his blink.
Yes.
The Lion actually picks up his blink. Get that initiation off onto the puck, or even target down the Omni Knight, because the Omni Knight is just doing so much. Something we never really actually spoke about, which has come to mind, is the Guardian Angel from the Omni Knight. Actually, Lion can get that jump onto the Omni, eradicate him off the board almost immediately. The Jugger is going to be able to do so.
Yes, he will. Now we saw the diffusal blade being used up. Something I want to actually pick your brain about. So now that he's got massive diffusal, this is generally where the Juggernaut builds tend to deviate. So we're not sure if he's gonna go for this Abyssal Blade build afterwards. He already has the Blink Dagger. Generally only see Blink, we normally do see Abyssal Blade, but he can pretty much do whatever he wants. So he understands that this PA is going for Abyssal Blade as well. Do you think that Juggernaut's response will be to go for the same sort of thing, or do you think he'll try and double down on the farming potential by picking up another farming item such as maybe the SNY for a little bit of fighting, the Battle Fury, maybe even the Maelstrom for the late game? What do you think the Juggernaut's gonna end up making happen here? I think he'll go Basher, but anything can happen. What do you think?
I'd actually be leaning to. Yes, he'll have to actually sit and. I feel that the only way that the Jugger can just fortunate with such a high chance of miss. I mean, a click attack. So personally, I would like to see him actually get it. Then,
Actually, you're right though. I actually did, for some reason I didn't think of MKB. MKB definitely a pickup that he should go for. So it's gonna be a farm fest until he gets to that point. And we see now that CR's backed off into their side of the jungle. There is no vision across them right now, so they are 100% safe. They can do whatever they want. The game has paused right now, so it's been paused for a while, so we don't know what else is gonna happen. And look at the top, so we see the Guardian Greaves are being built up right now by the Tidehunter to be able to get the Dispel of a couple of heroes. But I think the main thing about having the Guardian Greaves available is, as we've seen from these previous team fights, one of the problems that S5 has had is in terms of their sustain. They understand that Dazzle's actually been dying more often than not at the very beginning of these fights, so he's not been able to provide the sustain for his team. So I think if they have these Guardian Greaves available, they can consistently just come through, always have heals available, always have the ability to be able to dispel above and beyond the Kraken Shell for the Tidehunter, and extend the fights, because without healing, sometimes Juggernaut's the two deaths he's had, both times he's died when Healing Ward was either on cooldown or was just destroyed. And having additional heal in the form of the Tidehunter, I think, might be what's required for S5 to push them just over the edge. And that being said, CR though, Omni Knight already has Guardian Greaves. I mean, Donkey Cat's actually, his impact on the game, it might not reflect in the numbers, but I think he's been doing a fantastic job this game so far.
like him and the Dazzle are pretty much. It doesn't actually reflect. Play is alive, as opposed to the advantage with both these heroes. Kill bomb that. I'm just looking at S5, and we were talking about the impact of the Dazzle. Something is.
WW is generally not that great versus Puck. It's decent-ish. I think this game you probably could have gotten away with it. I think the main thing about having Dazzle always away with, you just want to know that they can extend the life of either the Juggernaut or the Invoker. So either of those heroes could have went down well. I think part of the reason why they also went for the Dazzle instead of the Winter Raven was to have negative armor onto the Phantom Assassin. Just for ways for eventually Juggernaut to be able to bring her down, so that if they are right click that land, that crit actually makes a difference instead of just doing nothing. And thus far, I think it's okay for them. They do finally have this Medallion of Courage on Dazzle, so even more negative armor for the PA and or Puck. Instead of WWE, I would not here. I would have really liked to see AA. AA is super good up against Centaur Warner, very good up against the Omni Knights as well. What do you think? Would you have preferred to see Ancient Apparition?
I mean, that's actually a very good point. I mean, if you take away the healing potential that the Omni actually throws out, that already puts S5 on a better standing. I mean, if you can't heal your heroes, I mean, all you can do is really repel one hero against that Ice Blast, which would do a huge amount of work for their team. Opting for the Dazzle maybe this time around, like you said, maybe the armor, but you've got the chilling touch, you've got so much that the AA provides. But generally with AA players, they like to stand out of the battle so that their Ice Blast hits a bigger AoE area. Also, kind of a greedy support because he only really becomes effective once his Ags is up and running. Then you see a lot more kill potential. But it still negates a lot of the healing potential from the enemy team. I mean, look, CR hasn't gone for any lifesteal builds on any of their heroes. So... yeah, maybe if they're looking for survivability, whichever team's looking for survivability, both heroes do really well. Maybe the Oracle would have provided more. It's got a bit of a better stun. Got that false promise that can keep your heroes alive. Just like we were talking, but the Dazzle just gets jumped on, and the sustain that he's providing to his players is just not enough. So maybe that Guardian Greaves is going to be the difference that S5 need to actually keep the Dazzle alive long enough to actually provide assistance to the rest of his team. And also the Dazzle throwing that Grave, I've seen it more than once that the Dazzle's actually throwing the Shallow Grave out onto himself and not really onto his teammates. Could be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, I definitely agree that there might be issues contingent around Dazzle being able to find his footing in the game. He might need to complete up this Ether Lens, which is a fair ways away for him before he's able to make that happen. But sometimes when you play Dazzle, you just get scared. And it's very easy to just like panic, double W, just go like, guys, I want to get out, screw you guys, whatever. And then only afterwards you realize, oh well.
Screw you guys.
I probably could have saved someone else. Hey man, this is just for hero to play. You get scared sometimes. Just like, oh snap, this is PA.
I play Dazzle quite a lot. I actually opt to go for the Force Staff because it actually also provides a little bit more utility as well. On support players. So when I play Dazzle, I play him rather aggressively with the Force Staff. If heroes are getting into trouble, force them out. If I need to get there quick enough to actually throw out a Grave. But unfortunately, sitting like bottom of the log at the moment, Dazzle sitting with like 3.3k gold, doesn't have that opportunity to actually spend his money on that. What's rather surprising me, the Visage and the Dazzle rather have the same net worth. But Divine Intervention, saving up for something rather interesting. Got 1.5 in the bank. Not opting to finish up his Arcane Boots. Otherwise, that have the exact same item progression, both the Dazzle as well as the Visage. So what do you think the Visage could be looking for at this point? Do you think he's going to maybe be looking at Ags, potentially getting himself that third familiar? I don't know. What?
He could go Ags. I think in a game like this, actually, the item that I would like to see this Visage go for, I'd like to see him go for the Lotus Orb. In conjunction with this Medallion of Courage, can pretty much ensure that a single hero just never dies. So if he goes for the Lotus Orb, he's able to stop the Lion initiation from being able to destroy a single hero. He can get rid of the disarm from the Invoker without having to commit the full BKB. So I think there's just a couple of ways that he can take fights as a result. I would really like to see Lotus Orb. I'm not sure he'll go for it, but that's the item I'd like to see. He might go for the Aghanim Scepter to have the third bird for more control and stun, because he knows that there's no BKB on Invoker, there's a spin on Juggernaut, but that's pretty much all the magic immunity that they have. So if he goes for the Aghanim Scepter, it means that they can perpetually chain stun Fearbender on his Invoker and allow the CR lineup to actually get the kill onto him. But it relies a lot on what the team fight's going to look like. So I think the safe bet is Lotus Orb, but if he feels the pressure, he's probably going to go for the Axe.
Alright, well, we'll see what he decides to actually get. He's got a couple of options to actually go for. Maybe he's relying a lot of the mana regen from the Donkey Cut to actually pop out his GG in case he needs them. I don't feel he's really mana dependent. I mean, he can throw out a couple of his abilities, but once that's done, I mean, I don't know. Whereas the Dazzle, on the other hand, really needs to get his mana pool up to be able to throw out those saving abilities that the players need. So potentially, yeah, maybe the Lotus Orb is what he's looking for. Maybe even go for a little bit of control. Maybe even a Yule Scepter to be able to avoid that Omni Slash that does come out from our Jugger, keeping Alpha a little bit alive a little bit longer. We'll just have to wait and see what each of the players do. But it says that he's in the loading screen at the moment. So while he's busy doing that, I'm just going to take a visit around the team bases and have a look at the effigies. I don't know if you ever do this, but sometimes it just keeps us a little bit busy. I'm looking at the side of the Radiant Mr. Facepalm, created by Ghost. I don't know if it's Facepalm, maybe like Talk to the Hand, or what's that song that goes, Stop in the name of love.
Name of love. Yeah, I know that song.
Before you break. Okay, look, I'm not a very great singer, guys. Singing is not my job. Do not crit me for my singing abilities. I'm a freaking ninja boss. Like a Mr. Bounty Hunter.
He actually does look like Monty, this Necrophos, but I like this. This entire build up. I don't know. I think this is actually one of my favorite heroes. This Necrophos. I like to see it. As well as Bounty. Bounty is really fun to play. The only problem is that I keep losing whenever I play it, but it's really fun. It's a really nice hero.
I actually thought in the previous game they would have actually picked it up against the SF, knowing that he'd probably go for the Shadow Blade. Just something that can actually arrest.
Ooh, that would have been very good.
Yeah, so nonetheless, that's the game is underway. So without further ado, keeping you guys entertained in game and on the stream. Hopefully, back to some hot Dota action. We were talking a little bit earlier about what item progression the Jugger should actually go to. So GCM, that crit coming out from Iron Batman, jumping onto the tide, low HP. There's the PKB actually being used. He's trying to actually evade. He does, but the Omni Slash from the Jugger is too good. Brings down Iron Batman, being a little bit aggressive there. Well, Mr. Tide finds his way out somehow, miraculously, gets the blink off and hides on the higher ground there. I mean, nice little engagement there from S5. Maybe Iron Batman really made his match in the Tide Superman.
Oh my gosh, so what happened is Tide Hunter was a fantastic play. He baited out PA to jump onto him and activate BKB. So he tried to stutter step the Ravage, making PA think, okay, I can dodge the Ravage, but he was not expecting the Blink Omni Slash at all. I think that might have been a Blink Dagger reveal from the Juggernaut. So PA was just utterly unprepared for that, goes down immediately to the Omni Slash. And unfortunately, Sini5ter didn't immediately press their advantage in the laning phase, but now they actually might lose Omni Knight. He has to be very careful, but they're just going to take this tower. Very safe thing to get right now on the side of Sini5ter.
Well,
But they're going to try for it.
Oh, it's been glyphed up, so that's now down for 5 minutes. This is a big potential here for them to actually push. PA is back. She has actually respawned. She does TP, and it looks like they want to maybe take a fight here. Blink Dagger.
Ravage still online.
Oh, Ravage still up. Managing to avoid that Stifling Dagger. Fearbender quick on those fingers. But the Creepway pushing in quite a bit in the mid lane. Forces Fearbender back. And that's probably going to put the end to that top push over there.
So the push will stop. Unfortunately, Sini5ter were just not fast enough on the draw after getting the kill on the PA to push forward to try and get the tower. Now they're going to smoke though and try and make some movements here on the top. They see the Juggernaut underneath this very well placed observer ward. And that's one thing I have to say about CR this series. They've not been afraid with the placement of their wards. They've been very, very aggressive with how they want to make their vision work. And now they're going to get this kill. Juggernaut should die. Silence, yeah, he's dead.
Good night, sweetheart. Oh, it's time to go back to base. Boom, 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 boom. Well, that is a big kill here for the side of CR. This could open up a bit of an opportunity for them. The lane has actually pushed quite far back, but they still decide to jump under the tier 1 tower, making easy meat here of the Tide and being able to clean up the tier 2 tower. So now this PA really coming online, really doing the work that they need to. And it looks like the call is to actually just retreat, get themselves out, just reset a little bit. They brought down 2 heroes here from the side of S5. Maybe the big problem there is that these 2 deep wards here from S5 not actually revealing the movement through their own jungle. They came straight up through, didn't even know what the hell was going on, and was able to actually get those 2 pick-offs. So maybe a little bit more warding, maybe a little bit more defensive warding, even though they were pushing in the very previous moment.
I think what happened there, okay, so I actually want to point out a small mistake that the Tidehunter did. So after blinking top, he tried to get the deny of the tier 2 tower, and because it took so long to do that, they were actually able to kill him. If that didn't happen, I actually think that they probably wouldn't have lost the tower. If Tidehunter just stayed out of vision, stayed somewhere in the trees, the threat of the jump in ravage probably would have been enough to dissuade CR from trying to take the tower. But they take it, it's whatever. It was like on last HP anyway, it doesn't really matter too much. The important thing I think this game, honestly, so far, everything we've seen in the last 5 minutes is gonna be irrelevant because the big thing is gonna be this Roshan. And now Fear Bender, Fear 300 gold brings down the Visage Familiar, and they're smoked up on the side of CR. They want to try and make something happen here. However, Sini5ter are moving around them. Fear Bender is here on the high ground with the sword to spot out any current movement, and they maybe catch out anyone on the backside. Oh no, Atomic Monkey's dead.
Another catch out there, and those wards not revealing enough, getting that smoke gank working for them. And another big loss, another big blow coming out from S5. This could open up a Rosh pit potential here for them. They do jump into the pit. So this is a big problem, although Fearbender, while this is all going on, he's going to be pushing down the tier 3 tower. So, I mean, if Tide could actually possibly get himself to the Rosh pit, deny any TPs back, this could be kind of massive. Puck actually does get himself there to the bot lane. Trying to put some damage here onto Fearbender, and just enough to actually get him to retreat, get his ass out of dodge. While the rest of the 4 people from the side of CR actually are going to be working and trying to get down this Tide. Tide jumps in, gets the Ravage off. This could be massive, massive crit coming out from PA. Tide goes down. There comes the Stampede. Going to be trying to call the disengage. 2 down, 3 down for the side of S5. Jugger wasn't around for that fight, but the Lion and Tide hit the deck after that little engagement. PA says, I want back in the pit. And I am afraid that this PA is just a little bit out of control at the moment.
That was a very, very, very good Roshan for them to take. It was unfortunately not interrupted in time by the Tidehunter. BKB was popped by the PA to avoid the Ravage. That was actually super sick from our Batman. He maybe had a fraction of a second to respond, and he immediately BKB'd, brought down the Tidehunter. They get the Roshan as well, which probably saves, I would say saves the game, but this enables their win condition. CR are definitely ahead right now. So the problem I think that Sini5ter are going to have to deal with the next incoming fight is how do they deal with the second life of the PA. The first life is one situation, but the second one, with this Abyssal Blade now available for this PA, there's no MKB as you would have wanted from Atomic Monkey. His farm has actually been crucially slowed down. He's gone for this Vitality boost. He's actually going to go for this Basher. He wants the Vanguard first. He's picked up that, the Vit boost at the very least. But this delays what he's able to do realistically towards the PA. So for next maybe 5 or 6 minutes, this PA, as long as her BKB is online, is going to be an unmitigated threat for Sini5ter. But that being said, look at this. A shiny new Hex picked up right now for Fearbender. So this Invoker is also crazy farmed at this stage of the game.
I think this is a big pickup for Fearbender. I mean, the disable now coming out from the side of S5 is going to be massive. So now they've got 2 sheeps, they've got 2 stuns, they've got a save from the Dazzle. I mean, all they really need to do now is on the supports, on the Dazzle as well as the Lion, is maybe pick themselves up a Ghost Scepter to make sure that they can't get those right clicks down from the PA. And I think the game can swing back in favor of S5. It depends if the supports can actually get that Ghost Scepter. But another smoke coming out from the side of Chemical Rage. They're trying to find a pick-off. Lion may be in trouble. There comes the Stampede. Trying to find the Jugger this time. Blinks out of dodge quick enough. And instant TPs coming out from S5. Trying to prevent any further push.
They could take this fight. They're not going to, but they could easily take this fight. There's only one BKB on the PA, but she does have Aegis, so maybe it's a little bit dangerous right now for CR.
Well, there's the Repel, just trying to make the Tide jump a little apprehensive. They may actually just let this tier 2 tower drop. They're going to. And maybe CR's actually content with that. The Aegis is still up on the PA. I mean, I'd still think this is the time to jump. I mean, you put PA in the front, you let her tank it up, and you let them go.
And they're going to try for something now.
Fearbender jumps in, gets brought down instantly. Fearbender diving quite deep there. Omni Slash going to be trying to bring down a Visage. He does in the backlines now. The Centaur landing a 2-man stun as well as a 2-man coil from the pack. Dazzle trying to keep his distance as well as the Lion. They're trying to farm more. There comes the jump from the Tide. Stifling Dagger to slow him down. Pipe has been popped. Is it going to be good enough? Going to just be able to keep them at bay now. Mr. Beckling dives in, jumps in. There comes the Ravage, catching up 4 of the players here for the side of CR. Big explosions coming out there. Drops the Tide. And now Arctic Monkey's trying to get out of there. Mr. Iron Batman trying to find more. Sheep's going to be good enough to keep the PA from dealing too much more damage. Lion, he's trying to survive. And now the TP's coming out. Mr. Iron Batman trying to find more. But Mr. Yo-Yo Saws goes down to a massive 981 crit. And Mr. Beckling does go down as well. Mr. Central War Runner say, you ain't going nowhere, my pal. And he's deck as well. So 4 dead for the side of S5. Things are not looking good for the boys, and just allowing this PA to get out of hand has been a drastic mistake from him.
So yeah, as we said, PA is definitely out of hand at this point. We saw the power of that Abyssal Blade immediately bursting through Fearbender even as he killed the Visage. So now we're at the stage of the game where it feels like this PA is not manageable anymore. There's no MKB available just yet on the Juggernaut. He's going for Abyssal Blade himself. They do get the 2-man Meteor combo. And we see actually the disarm onto PA. She might actually go down here, but no, Icewall was the one that's invoked by Fearbender. They don't have enough damage, and there's no way to pierce through this evasion. So this evasion is a really big problem. They don't have any MKBs. There's no Bloodthorn available for the Invoker. Hex is actually kind of hard to land on PA consistently, and she has right now built up a little bit of an HP pool. So you can't even say, okay, what I'll do is I'll just pop off the Hex and kill her. Now that she has 2k HP, 14 armor, even inside the Hex, there's no guarantee that you can actually kill this hero right off the bat. So I don't know, this game is looking increasingly difficult for Sini5ter to try and bring back. They can potentially do something in the late game, but right now, the CR team is just way too far ahead.
Looks like Jug is actually going to opt for the Abyssal Blade first. I'd have actually liked the MKB, but the Aegis actually times out, and PA may actually hit the deck here. Is it going to be good enough? She does. That unfortunate timing on the Aegis timing out, but they're trying to find more. We've got the Omni, the Jugger throwing down that Omni Slash, trying to find the Jugger. He's going to get slowed down. Not going to be able to find more. Now Centaur gets that stomp off, keeping Arctic Atomic just at bay. Now they're trying to chase down Divine Intervention. He could be the next one that actually goes down. Yeah, Atomic trying to chase him down, use those speed boots, and I think they've actually given up. There comes the Tornado, going to be able to catch out the Visage. There's the Sheep, going to hold him in place for just a moment. Thunder Buddy on the top there, trying to throw out that Illusionary Orb, trying to do damage. Now Fearbender taking things into his own hand, jumping aggressively, trying to find the Omni. They drop a sentry. The pure damage not going to be able to land, and that Repel just keeping him alive for just a moment. And things looking rather bad for S5 at one point, now looking rather good for them as they're trying to push down, knock on those tier 3 towers on the top. Glyph is now being used. Being rather aggressive here. Donkey Cut hanging far behind. The PA is down for another 15 seconds. Buyback is available. She's not actually going to spend it, but there comes the EMP. Meteor into Deafening Blast. Mr. CW trying to jump in, be quite aggressive, but they are not interested. He disengages using the Stampede. Thunder Buddy trying to do a little bit of damage here on the sidelines, and it looks like they may actually decide to actually retreat over here. The Jugger Mantis Illusions trying to knock down these Rexes. And Ravage being expended, but the PA actually using up her BKB, not taking the damage there. Huge crit coming out from the PA, bringing down the Dazzle. Trying to look for more now, bringing down the Lion as well during all of that. Fearbender getting a good position there, throws down the Tornado. There's the EMP, not going to land on Iron Batman. And Iron Batman is looking for more. Maybe actually give it away his position. He doesn't. And that stops that push in the making. But I mean, things looking in terms of kills, looking in favor of CR, but objective-wise, S5 knocking down the doors and taking down the tier 3 tower. I mean, all they need to do is another fight like that, and they've opened the gates.
Yeah, that was a perfectly timed fight from Sini5ter, being able to get the kill onto PA immediately as the H was expiring. And from there, we saw what just happened. They just ran ramshot over CR. Pretty much directly into their base, put pressure on their tier 3 tower. They took it, they didn't manage to complete the rack, sure, but it showed potential for what CR can achieve with their team fight. And I think one of the most important things is the fact that this BKB now from PA is sitting at the crucial 5 seconds. So it's no longer at the point where she's effectively invulnerable in the middle of team fights. She can die, she can be brought down, she can be caught by the Ravage, which Ty tried his best to make happen in an equitable way. Unfortunately, it didn't really pan out, working for his to bring down the PA. They still did lose 2 heroes even after getting the Centaur and the Omni Knight. But still, Sinister5, that push that they were able to stall, it could potentially have been a situation where they were about to lose racks, lose the actual base, but as a result of that beautiful initiation onto the PA, the game still keeps going. Now Juggernaut has the full Abyssal Blade, has an opportunity to start building into the MKB that you were talking about earlier. Invoker's going for the Octarine core now. So this late game becomes very dangerous, and I was saying earlier that I'm really scared about what happens for CR late game, because Invoker, Juggernaut, as well as the Tidehunter, even Lion with the Blink Hex is really a huge problem in the late game, and still we have no way for them to address this Dazzle Shallow Grave. So I'm really concerned about what CR intends to do as this game extends.
I feel that for CR to, or for S5 to actually get a little bit of an advantage here. Yes, things are starting to go in their favor the later the game goes, but I only feel that's really going to make a difference once the Jugger actually picks up his MKB. The PA is actually building towards a butterfly. She's got her Eagle Song now at the moment, so it's going to get to the point where Jugger is going to be missing a tons load as well. I mean, something also we never spoke about is the Visage has actually got herself the Solar Crest, so that is even more evasion as well, especially if they put it onto the PA. So we're potentially looking at 100% evasion for the PA, essentially. Oh, this is super lucky here for the side of S5. Rush just respawn, smoke up, they jump into the pit. This is good time management out here from the boys. They're going to be able to pick up this Rush, and perfectly, they're going to put it onto the Jugger, someone that drastically needs this. And it's going to be scouted out here by this Familiar. They are going to be able to see this, but it's going to be a little bit too late, I feel. They're going to be able to... This Rush is dropping very, very quick.
Yep, this age is definitely going to be going in favor of the Dire side. Stampede was popped to try and get there in time. Beautiful Tornado catching 3 heroes. They managed to kill this PA. She pops BKB, but this is only 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She can be ravaged now.
Oh, Ravage is available. Omni Stage being used up. There comes the Guardian. It's going to be dropped, but the Ravage is going to keep them in place for a little bit longer. In the back lines, Dazzle does go down. Now, Donkey Cuts, he's also going to bite the dust. Batman has been stunned out. Trying to find more, he doesn't. Atomic Monkey just doing so much work. Now comes the MP Tornado. And Zomairo Kato is in a little bit of trouble, trying to get himself out of a problematic area. And the ones to survive are there is going to be the Visage as well as the Puck. Thunder Buddy actually going for the E-Blade Dagon build. And that's going to really show its potential over here. Beautiful quick fingers here onto the sheep, and now they're going to look for more. Thunder Buddy does blink up, but straight on top of the Tidehunter as Mr. Beckeling is going to find him, sheep him out, stun him out, and Fearbender picks himself up. Another sweet little kill. This is the time where S5 need to push, need to get down that mid-rax and take those much-needed objectives. But beautiful fight taken there from the side of S5. Really getting the most out of that Rosh pit fight.
Well, that Rosh, like you said, was extremely important for them to be able to get. They get it as it respawns, they take the fight thereafter, and there we saw the weaknesses that CR's lineup has. I mean, sure, they had the BKB available from PA, but because she had BKB, what happened is she dove too deep into the fight, trying to find the pick-off onto the Tidehunter before he's able to ravage. But because of that, she was too far away in terms of her range to be able to get the repel bonus from the Omni Knight, so she didn't have a double magic immunity that she really needed for that fight. Now, Juggernaut blinks in, they wanna maybe get the kill onto him. He doesn't have the Aegis, so he's just gonna pop that first. But now BKB is down on Batman, and that's not good for the Radiant side.
That was a very aggressive jump there. It's going to force Batman to jump again, but now the rest of the team's there to back him up. There comes the MP, the Meteor Ball, Hex out onto the Omni Knight. Aggressive Stampede coming out from Centaur. Catches a 3-man double edge, dealing quite a bit of damage there. Tide is on the deck. Mr. Deckling trying to make the best of a bad situation. Stuns out to Fearbender. He's trying to get out of dodge, but the line does go down, taking a huge crit to the face. And if that was a porn scene, that would have been the end, but it's not. Dazzle is trying to get himself out of dodge, and Fearbender, he's just going to farm up what he can. And Jugger, he's just going to TP out and make his way back to base.
So This pawn scene looks like it's going back and forth. It looks like no one's really sure who's on top. So they're gonna try on the side of the Radiant to push into Sini5ter's base. So Chemical Rage, they're not necessarily content with the way that this game has gone thus far. They want to try and make something else happen. And there is no buyback on Tidehunter, but it's not really required right now. They're just at the stage of the game where they really have to watch how these fights go. The first glyph will be popped out. There is no Blink stun available. Tornado only catches onto the Visage, EMP catches more heroes, and now they get the Deafening Blast as well. So this is gonna stop the push for now. Yep, Centaur's down. And this push ends. It's over. It's not gonna go any further.
That's a beautiful high ground defense here out from S5 being able to hold them at bay.
Oh, they can kill PA. If he gets stunned, he's dead.
And this is massive. There's the sheep. The evasion is gone. Nope. And the boys from S5 do it. Bring down the PA. Barback is not available for the PA, so this is a big problem for them as well. They find out Donkey Cut. Omni's going to hit the deck as well. Can they find more? Divine Intervention TPing out in the background. Puck hiding in the sidelines. This is the call for the boys of S5 to push it down mid-Rex. They do have Barback available on the Centaur Warrunner. And this is a little bit of a scary position for CR at the moment. We spoke about how this lineup for S5 actually gets better the later the game goes. And we can really see how the tempo of this game has changed. Divine Intervention, a little bit of trouble here. Popping the Meteor, the Deafening Blast, and now that is one sad Visage. He does bar back. Puck and Visage have to hold off the base. Centaur is back in two. Is it going to be enough? Dazzle, he's in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, does actually ghost himself up. There's a Glimmer Cape, but a two-man Ravage coming out, catching out the puck. He's down. And now that is an open Rax. Omni Slash going to be used on the Visage. Going to find the Centaur as well. Is it going to be enough? And Atomic, he's not going to actually chase into the fountain. This is a big problem here for CR. 4 players down for them. Omni Knight just hitting the fray now as well. Centaur, he's going to try and see if he can make something happen with the help of Omni Knight. But I think it's a little bit too late. And S5 bringing it home for the boys, I feel.
Yeah, this game might just be over. It's gonna, let's see what Centaur can make happen here. 3-man or 4-man stun actually. He's gonna get a beautiful meteor, but Batman gonna get jumped off there. Bring down Fearbender, so they actually might be saving this game. He gets stunned up himself, but he's still manning up onto the Tidehunter. Invoker buys back, TPs into the catapult, and this fight's still ongoing. The Deafening Blast catches 3 heroes. Juggernaut just manning up there. We just want to get these racks. He spins right now, and they've disarmed the PA. And that's it. Mega Creeps are available, and they bring down the Centaur once more. He does have buyback, but I'm not sure he wants to use it. He buys back right now. 2-man's Tornado catches people out. Batman running himself back. Will he get brought down here? He's almost low, but he's gonna lose his life at the very end. No, Repel keeps him alive. He's not gonna get Anchor Smash and slowed up. Now they want to turn Tidehunter, being forced back, but Atomic Monkey has no cares in the world. He just wants these tier 4 towers, Joba, and I don't think this fight's winnable, realistically. They're going to get a beautiful 5-man Dream Coil. They bring down the Dazzle at the very least. The Tornado catches to the Omni Knight and the Puck. They were able to burn down the Omni Knight. He's getting brought down by the Juggernaut. Sunstrike not connecting onto anybody. On the far side of the fight, we see the Hex up onto PA. Batman, BKB active, jumps onto Fearbender. Fearbender goes onto the Ghost Walk, but there's no detection for him. Batman falling low. He will lose his life. No, the beautiful stop from the Centaur Warner keeping him alive. And now Omni Knight, he loses his life towards the unusual orb from the Puck. PA is still alive, and this game is still going. By some miracle in this game, they've killed 3 heroes. Juggernaut goes down to the Puck. And Mega Creeps it may be, but Chemical Rage have yet to give up here, Joba.
No, they're not going to give up. This means they're eliminated from this series, and I know respecting the other player would give up at this point. Mega Creeps are out on the field, going to be very difficult for them to actually deal with this. And I mean, S5 looking in a very good position. It's going to take another team fight, push down the mid lane, and try and see what they can get done. I mean, no lifesteal available for the team just as of yet, so it's going to be a little bit of a problem for the PA eventually to push out that lane. And the Centaur trying to get done what he can, trying to just smash down those creeps. I feel that S5 has broken the backs of CR at the moment. I mean, we saw PA excel at one point, do really well. And then they just had this amazing engagement when they were able to bring down the PA when she dove too deep. I think it was around about this point here where the tide actually tricked her. I mean, that BKB just keeps on lowering and lowering itself in terms of duration. And 5 seconds, that's not a hell of a lot to work with.
It definitely isn't. So I don't even know what they do right now on the side of CR against Mega Creeps. If they had Battle Fury available for this PA, it might have been a different story. She's probably going to be forced to go for the Maelstrom now. She's going to have to keep buyback money available in 20 seconds. But this game is really, really, really hard. And now there's an MKB on Jug. Still does have buyback. And I think one of the main problems is the Sini5ter, they haven't yet had to commit their buybacks in defense of their base. So even if they lose a fight right now, it's not like CR can just turn around and man fight straight into the enemy base. They still have to fight through a multitude of buybacks in order to try and win this game. And that's incredibly difficult at this stage. So I don't know, man. CR to find a way to bring this back. And Sini5ter are really content to just wait for the next Aegis. They don't have to worry too much. There's Mega Creeps in all the lanes. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to split push. They know that the CR side is not getting as much farm and experience from this as they'd like. So this is probably the easiest game. Oh, they just have to close this out right now. And now another Roshan has just been available. And this just might look to be the game-ending stage of the situation. They're probably going to give this Aegis over on towards the Tidehunter, who does have the slot available. Juggernaut's a 6 slotted, so is the Invoker. So having Tide with Aegis means that he can actually solo into the base with this Blade Mail, die, and not really care. Just come back, Ravage, and you'll still be okay.
Yeah, this is a very tough position here for the boys of CR. I mean, he has only got his brown boots. What actually happened to his boots? Maybe you can...
He sold them to... I think he disassembled them and sold them to get the extra money to have both MKB and buyback. And then, I don't know, then he just killed Roshan and realized he just doesn't actually need any boots. So I think he wants TP boots as well.
Well, here comes the jump. They found themselves the puck. This is going to be a big kill. The Guardian does come out. Atomic looking for more. EMP going to be good. There comes a 2-man, 3-man Ravage. And in the sidelines, Omni Knight being separated from his team. Centaur hits the deck. The Sunstrike not going to be able to find its target, but now the glyph is going to be used. There comes a 3-man coil, but Puck, he's now the man of the hour, trying to look for more. The Shadow Grave being used up, but my Batman trying to find more, trying to find the Invoker. He is able to actually Ghost Walk out. Omni Knight being able to survive on the back lines, and Iron Batman gets tornadoed up. And that is PA down for the count. Buyback is available. She does buy back. She's back at the fray. She's trying to find the Arctic Monkey. He doesn't have the Aegis. But that is it. The throne is down. The boys have broken the seal. And they have found themselves a victory. They move themselves forward into the semi-finals of the bracket. That means they are going up against Pulse Reborn. This is going to be big for the lads at S5. So well done to you, lads. Snare, what do you have to say about this game, my friend?
Woo! That's all I have to say. So until the very final moment of the game, or actually, I'm lying. I think the turning point of the game was the one fight where PA died. Just nearby the Dire Secret Shop. Basically, what happened was she got split apart from the rest of her team and she ended up running towards the Secret Shop. Juggernaut was able to find her, then they kill her. And from that point, because up until that point the game was incredibly even, if you look at how the graph is situated, you can see an immediate dip from that exact point where it goes just fundamentally in favor of Sini5ter, and suddenly it doesn't feel like CR have any way or recourse back into the game. So I think what ended up happening is they put all their eggs into this PA basket, and for the majority of the game she fulfilled her promises. But when you die once and you realize that you actually don't have anything else in your team except for the super farm PA, and that's when Sini5ter can start finding holes in your draft and pick you apart.
Right, well, there you have it. For those of you that are joining us in the game, we are going to say good night to you. For those of you that are on the stream, we're going to go and look at the graphs, look at the item progressions, and look at all that funky stuff. But guys, in game, we wish you that you had an amazing Wednesday. I hope you had a better viewing of this of Dota, SA Dota action. It was really fun to cast it. I hope you have a good Thursday, a better Friday, and an awesome weekend. I know it was raining here a little bit earlier, so be careful on the roads when you're driving to work tomorrow, lads. We will catch you guys around. For those of you on stream, we will be with you very, very Right, and welcome back to the boys on the stream. We are going to go through a quick dissection of what happened in that game, where CR had a bit of an advantage, where they lost it, where S5 came back, and eventually to bring home the series and to win the series. So, Snare, maybe you want to take it away. I'm looking at the overview at the moment. I'm looking at the net worths at this point in time, and Fearbender's net worth sitting at 32k net worth. I mean, that is massive on an Invoker.
Fearbender honestly played out of his mind this game. I think without him, the team could easily have lost a lot sooner than they actually ended up winning. There were some crucial situations, such as there was a fight that happened bottom, where it looked like, or the fight that happened around the Roshan pit, where it honestly looked like Chemical Rage was about to team wipe the Sini5ter lineup. However, Fearbender blinks in, max level, definitely blast off. The first time he used it in the game, silences or gets the disarm onto PA, pushes away the puck so she can't get off the Waiting Rift. The Waiting Rift actually missed the Tide Hunter as a result, so Tide could get the Ravage off. It was just really crazy. Fearbender came through for his team, and there's a reason to be afraid of him. So I think definitely Chemical Rage, as you were saying in the draft, they pulled off the coup of the century by getting him added to their team.
Well, S5 did amazing work and really done well. I'm looking at, I'm just having a look at the team XP and net off, because I mean there's like a trench and then there's like a peak. So I specifically want to look at those timings in particular. CR started having a bit of an up peak at around about the 35-minute mark. So let's see the item progressions over here, and where CR started doing a little bit better is, well, it looks like the big factor was maybe the Blade Mail from the Centaur. We had the Ghost Scepter being picked up, as well as Dagon 5 being picked up from the Puck, Glimmer Cape from the Omni Knight. So that's where things really started going a little bit better for CR. Even when Fearbender actually picked up his South of Vice, still didn't have much of an impact at that point. When things started turning around and went back in favor of Sini5ter, was as soon as the Tide picked up his Blade Mail, as well as the Octarine Core was online. And I think that Dazzle picking up the Glimmer Cape could potentially have been the game-changing item, especially keeping him alive for a little bit longer, being able to provide that support that his team actually needed. And Atomic Monkey picking up that Abyssal Blade. So a lot bigger item progression for the side of S5 when things started going back in their favor. For the side of CR, when they had those big items, like maybe 2 big item progressions here for the side of CR, but 3 big item progressions coming out for the side, well, 4 item progressions coming out. So their timings on those players were perfect.
Yeah, the timing that they got on the items, as you were mentioning about how this Dazzle was able to do what he was doing, the crucial thing about how Sini5ter was able to win the later portions of the team fight was either using Dazzle to bait to the Chemical Rage lineup deeper and deeper in so they could get the turnaround. But the way Chemical Rage tried to play it, I think we saw the weaknesses of Visage. They came up in the game where honestly it was tough to remember that there was a Visage in the game, where the damage that he outputs from the Soul Assumption wasn't particularly high because there's already a Pipe of Insight on the side of the Tide Hunter. The Dazzle's available to put out the heals. The stuns don't really connect, and it's kind of difficult to make it happen. So we saw Sini5ter just able to play around the abilities of Chemical Rage. And even though, as close as this game was, there was always this feeling that Sini5ter were one really good team fight away from being able to just dominate the game, and that's what ended up happening. Because as I was saying, that CR having only this Phantom Assassin as your main physical damage dealer means that you pretty much have to keep taking care of her. Omni-Knight has to be around her all the time. You always have to throw out the Solar Crest onto her. There's pretty much no other options for how you want to take your team fights. And for the majority of the game, yeah, that worked perfectly well. But it got to a point, as soon as Fearbender got this Scythe of Vice, it got to a point where, like, okay, even though this Puck is able to protect the PA and PA is able to do all this damage, if she gets Scythed up, there's literally nothing that CR can do. All they can do is try and control Sini5ter long enough for the PA to be able to get out of the stun lock. But until that point, the lineup doesn't feel like it does anything, especially as the game extends. So I think what probably the item for me that sealed the game in its entirety is once we saw this Abyssal Blade being picked up by the Juggernaut, and we understood that there was always going to be control onto this PA because he went for the Blink Dagger first.
this Juggernaut, then the game just became exponentially more difficult for Chemical Rage, and it proved too difficult to be able to deal with, and the game ended up going in favor of Sinister Reborn.
Well, there you have it. Just looking at the support items that were bought out, just noticing that pretty much the teams had similar purchases. I mean, we had around about, if my maths is good, about 23 wards being purchased for the side of S5 and 21 wards being purchased for the side of CR. In terms of sentries, a little bit more sentries being purchased out here for S5. So support's doing really a wonderful job, making sure that the map was really warded well. I think it was just a little bit of an unfortunate drafting. Like you said, Visage didn't really have that big impact that you wished him to have. And I think maybe a little bit of a drafting issue. But otherwise, I think at one point they were doing really well, and the PA was just getting completely out of control. And those big items being picked up for the side of S5 just was able to bring home the bacon. So, I mean, I think we've summed up the game pretty well. I don't know if there's any more that you want to add.
There is one thing I'd like to add. My game MVP, as much work as Fearbender did, and as much work as we saw this Atomic Monkey Juggernaut be able to do, my game MVP overall has to go to Thunder Buddy, because I really think that this puck extended the game far beyond what was supposed to be expected from his lineup. He was always on point with the silencers as much as possible onto the Tidehunter, keeping the dazzle from being able to shallow grave, always forcing Sini5ter to chase him as fast as possible to get kills, leading off fights with good dream quells for the rest of the team to be able to initiate into. So, you know, sometimes when you play Dota, you do everything that's humanly possible to do with your particular hero and you still lose the game. I think as much as a human being can do, Thunder Buddy with his team played this puck to perfection. It just so happened that it wasn't enough to win the game because of weaknesses somewhere else in the game. But my MVP, Thunder Buddy, played a phenomenal puck this game.
Well, I don't disagree with you. Thunder Buddy really did very well. My MVP would actually go towards the Tidehunter. You often see Tidehunter players throwing out the Ravage as soon as the fight starts, but the fact that the Tide waited for the most opportune moment to actually throw out the Ravage really said a lot about his ability on when to engage, when to actually disengage. So I really feel that the gameplay that the Tidehunter actually showed actually gives him the MVP for me, or at least for this game. Maybe throughout the series, Thunder Buddy did really well, although questionable play on the SF so much. I feel the Tide, Mr. Let's see if I can actually pronounce it. So let's see. Hecatonka. Hecatonke. Okay. So Mr. Hecatonke was, I felt, played a little bit more consistent. I'd actually give him the MVP.
So MVPs, yeah, we all agree that there's some good heroes.
But that's the advantage of being casters, bro. We don't have to. You can have your fave, and I can have my fave. So I think with that all said, I think that's going to end out our broadcast. If you guys want to give us a follow, if you want to follow us on Facebook or on Twitter, do give us a follow. You guys watching on the stream, do like my page. So eventually one day I can actually change the name from being such a weird name. You can find me easier. So you can find me at Jabba Gaming, both Twitter and Facebook. Snare, go ahead and give your deets, my boy.
So if you want to check me out on Twitter, just look for me at @_snare_. Facebook, I don't really use anymore. And then Dota, just find me. If you find a player who's playing Razor and or PA and losing, then you know it's me.
Well, there you have it, guys. Thank you for joining us on this BOTC quarterfinals. Sini5ter will be going up against Pulse Reborn. Date is yet to be confirmed. So when that does take place, do join us. For the game. Hopefully it'll be a good one. From myself and Snare, we wish you a very, very pleasant evening. Good night and God bless.